welcome once more to Ubkazi, land of adventure, mystery, and joy. We now return to the fight pit, where the bracket has advanced quite far in, starting from 16, now down to the quarterfinals. Our heroes have engaged in multiple combats already. And soon, within this beautiful festival, they will once more take to the pit. But first, there are other things to be done and joys to be had. With the harvest sacrifice coming up within but a few minutes after this last fight. The day continues on as this glorious festival reaches its midway point. Hello, my glorious players.
Hello! I'm suffering.
Suffering is fun.
I've clicked
It's
a button.
death time.
I got less than 3 hours of sleep, and third midterm go.
Oof, that
I
is a mood.
apologize.
I feel that.
I did it to myself, but at the same time, it's like,
Unfortunately.
ow.
I fucking love all the losers that just think over here.
Hey, I did like all of my finals while being up for 20 hours straight.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I'm an engineering major. I feel like that's gonna be my future.
Hey, and I passed them too. That's the crazy part.
Congratulations, dude. Sincerely.
I'm very surprised myself.
I've almost passed out twice today.
Oof.
Oh.
Well, I hope you don't pass out currently, but if you do, have a night good rest.
Oh no,
Have
no.
some-
I'm sitting down, so we're good.
Have some caffeine if you haven't.
I can't. Thank you though.
Have some alcohol because I'm already drinking.
Man.
Oh,
If I
God.
had a coconut sobi, I probably would.
Nice.
Joke's on you.
Good.
Best traits.
I'm not old enough to drink in my state, boys.
Yeah.
Not old enough to
You're
have
not
a play
old
against
enough
me,
to
yes, so
drink in the
whatever.
whole country. What are you talking
Not
about?
just your state, boy.
Michigan 21. It hurts.
Every state, 21.
Everything.
US is 21.
Oh God! It changed the entire country.
What?
Yes.
What?
Long before you were born, yes.
Hold
Never
up.
mind,
It's
never
been
mind,
21
I'm
for a
fucking
while.
stupid.
You know that whole prohibition era that we had?
All right, let's just move on from this topic because I'm making a
I
fool
think-
of myself.
No, you're good. I think it's time for some fucking funny things. I want, first, since we're going to start hard, I want my Khalees character to go talk to fucking...
Oh,
This
actually, before
Wait,
you do
wrong
that,
song.
Yes, the epic battle
Miyuki.
music, which I must. I need to open anyways. Thanks.
Wait, what am I trying to do?
Fuck, I just bitch smacked the bottle.
I cannot use Fred Boat because it makes my Discord audio glitch out like crazy, and I don't know why.
Because
Music.
Fred Boat hates all of us. But it's also
It happened
somewhat
with-
effective.
It happened with like every other music bot too, which is cringe.
I blame music bots.
Only
Well, I just have to
Khalees
turn the
says,
music bots down.
what the fuck is his name? Why is his name
Oh,
the
yeah.
muscle halfling?
That's not
Why
it.
does he have traits and features?
Because
Wait,
he's
why
a
can
character that
wait,
needs
why
to.
can you see
you
that
can-
is a better question.
If you click on him, you can see his stuff.
I'm very sad that I clicked on him because I'm a sinner, but jeez.
That's why I only try to hover and I don't click because I don't want to see.
Yeah, I just
I
saw
don't
it
want
once.
to know.
But that was just me. I should not have it spoiled it for everybody if they didn't know you can just click on people.
Nah, it's
Yeah.
all good.
Uh,
Where the hell is Khalees on this map?
I'm over here. Look where
he's,
the
he's,
finger
he's
is.
with the
Ah!
with the fox waifu, the
It's
other
in
one.
the bottom right.
Over by Miyuki,
Um,
did you have a bit you wanted to do here?
Yes, I do want to do a bit, but first I think Shell wanted to do something.
Don't worry, I'll be quick.
Oh, Khalid
Okay, then
Oakley?
Hey,
do
you know that bag of holding you took all those books out of Night of Charms?
The Knight of Charms will look at you with a slightly raised brow. Yes, what about it?
Could I buy it from you by chance to store all the books?
He wants to buy my bag of holding off of me. Unfortunately, this is not for sale, but I know where you can get one. In the Arcana District.
Jonathan looks at his pockets. Yeah, the issue is, what are the average price of those?
About 500 gold, roughly. Depends on the specific merchant sometimes, though.
I have 473. Jonathan looks at his pockets again. I'm sure I can barter Jonathan saddens. But yes, I will barter. Anyway, Jonathan...
As you're about to walk away, he holds up a hand. And he pulls out 30 gold and just slides it over. Think of it as a gift from your dear friend, the Knight of Charms.
You are being far too nice to me, and I appreciate it. John.
Don't think anything about it. Just put in a good word with Estrid for me. She doesn't seem to like me very much.
I will. Jonathan in his head. Time to ask who to fight. Ask him how to fight her. How to fight him.
Fucking his gift
Hey,
is
who
just.
are you asking how to fight who?
I'm
Can we
going
try
to
that
ask
again?
Estrid.
I'm going to ask Estrid how to fight the Knight of Charms.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm a massive dick.
Using nouns do help.
I'm sorry.
He is using nouns. He's just using pronouns.
My brain was not
nouns.
working. Anyway, it's your turn, Khalees. No need to roast me anymore, please.
No roasting. This
good
is a
thing you said
roast-free
that.
area.
I'd like to not be roasted, please.
Fucking turns. Hey.
As you walk up to Miyuki, you watch as her ear kind of pings onto you almost immediately. She flips over. Oh, shit.
She's on her head.
Oh, she's on the roof.
Gravity inverts for a second.
Where is this? Oh, there it is. I found it.
Oh, over here where the fucking
I
big
found
ass
it, it
thing
said.
is. Oh.
Pay attention.
Oh, hello, Khalees. She kind of looks a tiny tad depressed.
Yeah. I just have something to ask. You said a line that I heard, and I gotta need to know the meaning of when we were having our little tussle. I'm going to call it. You said that your life depended on it. What does that mean? Fucking gets closer.
Roll an insight check on her.
You're gonna rolls 1.
Fucking.
No doubt.
I can't really see.
What do we say?
She'll kind of look over to you. You can't really get any good read on her. Nothing of import to you. Don't worry about it.
It's a
Nothing of
fucking
importance.
mystery. It's written on her forehead.
Nothing of importance. Are you very sure? I can't really see too well because of all the like crying. And in the past like few minutes because of I'm about to get my shit rocked. So I'm gonna clarify. You fought like you were going to fucking shoot me in the head. So I don't want to hear a lame excuse for nothing. Unless you can look me right in my eye, gets fucking closer, fucking, and tell me that is incorrect.
Don't breathe deeply.
She's gonna... She kind of bites her lip a little bit and thinks. Give me a moment, I want to see.
Fucking, look me in my fucking eye.
Don't
Looks like she's
worry
on
about
her
it, please. It doesn't have anything to do with you.
You know, I would say that's the case, but there's somebody involved that I know wants to fuck me over. So, So, I'll ask again. This time, I'm gonna use a name. Hopefully, you don't know this person. Well, you might know this person, but I'm just saying, hopefully, you don't know this person to the extent of which I mean. Did someone named, Floyd, have anything to do with anything relating to your, disposition?
I don't know anybody who's named Freud.
Bullshit! It fucking yells that. Oh. It fucking looks at her. I'm not going to get more specific because I don't want to die by him today. But you definitely know, and then he will whisper, who the fucking Shadow's high priestess?
When you say that, her eye kind of opens. You mean Frode, not Freud. Everybody knows that fucking monster, but this has nothing to do with him.
Okay, cool. Because if it did, I really didn't want to die. Well, I'm already going to die, but I'm going to die. So, I'm going to look left, right. Like, are you very, 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 very sure that your lines inside the battlefield really, really meant nothing? I'm just a little, your face is just
Paranoid.
not readable, but I'm fucking scared for my life currently. So I just want to make sure that that's not the case at all.
Don't worry about it too much, Khalees. It has nothing to do with you.
Are you sure? 'Cause
I'm very
somehow,
sure. I don't know how many times I have to
every
restate
time-
this.
He will turn and be like, fucking vertical the same way.
Just his head rotates 180 degrees around as you hear all the bones cracking and creaking.
Okay. I swear to God. He's like fucking violently shaking. He's like fucking walks over there. And he fucking goes, fucking walks back.
As you
fucking
pass the
walk-
Knight of Charms, he looks at you, and he says, "Are you okay?"
No. Very not okay. Currently in the worst position ever.
Very well, carry on then.
Oh yay, Khalees, have you met my friend, the Knight of Where are you going?
I'm going to shoot you. Say another word in that sentence you were about to say. Fucking starts walking.
So Knight of Charms, do you have any eldritch entities you want him to make a deal with?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh boy. Oh boy. What?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, don't worry. Jonathan moves away now.
Make a deal with. Fucking. Hello.
Hey, Estrid, I would like your assistance with something.
The Knight of Charms just sits there. The fuck did he say?
Fucking.
Sorry, hon, were you talking to me?
Going to Estrid.
Okay. Just double checking.
Estrid just flips around in the chair to face you, Jonathan. What?
Jonathan leans close. I have 500 gold. Do you know anything I can get to put this Nets match in my favor somewhat? Without cheating, of course. I'm not a cheater.
Oh boy, here we go again. This will be interesting.
You get like a blessing.
I don't think a blessing will help me in this situation. A straight on
Actually,
fight
he's
is-
not wrong. A blessing could help you, but that depends on whose blessing and how powerful.
I don't think I'm powerful enough to get a powerful enough blessing to fight the Knight of Charms.
Eh, you never
Wait.
know. Some god
Fucking
could take
wait.
pity on your poor innocent form.
Fucking points. Can't you just ask her to give you like a blessing or something? He is the high priest, and he is pretty powerful.
You see, the blessings
I
come
did
from
say
the
she.
gods, though. I'm just the intermediary. It's up to Jonathan to figure something out.
Oh.
I
let me
don't.
back up a
I
step.
highly doubt Italian would give me a blessing of this magnitude, unless I'm
Probably not.
very.
Wait.
Jonathan
If you
rubs
got
his
a
rub his
reference,
chin.
maybe.
What about the lights? Would any of the lights take pity on me?
Fucking.
Estrid will
Khalees is
just
shaking his
slowly turn over to Khalees.
head. Fucking Khalees is shaking his head violently.
All I know for certain is do not make a deal with Apop.
Apop isn't part of the lights. Don't.
No,
I
no,
would recommend you not going there because you'll die.
I was talking in general. I know
Oh.
Apop's not. Wait. Apop's not part of the lights, right? I don't imagine he would be. I mean, I don't
No,
know
he's
for
part
certain.
of the shadows.
No, I mean, like, if you go to the lights, you're probably going to die. Like, I'm
Why do
pretty
you
sure
say
they
that?
have like a. I'm pretty
Wait.
sure they have like 18 hits out on me currently.
Wait, why would they kill me if I went into the lights church?
Because you're undead.
I have the same question.
I'm not undead. I'm a dampier.
Well, in my common knowledge, they would kill me, and I'm not undead.
Wait,
So I think they would kill you.
Esther, would the lights kill me?
And you are rather fervently aligned with people that we don't like.
Ouch. I don't stink. That's not
Yes,
me.
You watch as a couple flies land on Khalees and then promptly die
You
after
smell
trying
like
to
a
eat
rotting
something.
Okay. One, I don't smell like that bad. Just fucking moves around. And two, they don't like me there because they hate my trails. By me, I mean they just hate me currently.
I can see why.
Would Shogi hear them from over there?
Let's
I'll use
see.
the test tool.
Yeah, you should be able to
That's
hear
like-
them. They're not like it unless you guys are all whispering about. Most people would
I'm
be
not
able to hear.
whispering.
Shogi would you kind of yell across the room. I can smell you from here.
Shut up!
But yeah, Esther, would the lights kill me? Jonathan's kind of concerned now.
Why are you asking her and not me?
Wait, good point. Actually, that's a good point. Hideko, would the
No.
lights kill me?
No, they wouldn't. Just don't mention Talion.
Damn it. That's my
What?
favorite subject.
I know it. Like, even my knowledge, even though it's a very little bit, I know that if he walked into the wrong person in the light, he'd get smited.
Only a zealot would do that. The lights aren't generally like that.
Well, no,
They're
I
called
know,
the
like,
light.
not most of them, but yeah, I do know they're vehemently against creatures of the undead
He's a
variety.
damper. Dampier, sorry. It's not undead.
Yeah, he's like on the edge. I think of one god that would probably kill him.
Jonathan just
Okay.
goes up close to him. I have no traits of an undead, he says, while not breathing.
And
She's not even gonna try to contest that at all.
fucking looks. I mean, it's like, you know what? I got a trick for you. Like, let's see. Where
You know,
is it?
Khalees, you could probably ask the lights for help.
Oh, no, they're definitely, by help you mean kill me. Yes, I could actually
With me, if you have me with
Oh.
you, probably not.
Oh, they might not kill me. Woo! I could get that out the window, but definitely something will be bad happening to me. It just
You
won't be
might
death.
meet another god, and if you manage to talk your way into a deeper hole, I'd be impressed.
I don't. I can tell you this. Even if I said absolutely nothing, not at all, I'd still end up with the short stick. Because the moment I'd leave out there with a whole new god or anything, I'd get dominated by that guy.
I am sure the
Points to
lights...
senpai.
The lights
And
to
if not
the...
that, that mission I did is going to be what kills me.
Wait, what mission?
Don't worry about it.
Excuse me? What mission,
Yeah.
Khalees?
It's called delivering a message, and that message is not good for my soul.
Okay. It's like one of the...
And
It's,
you did
oh.
it anyway?
I had no choice. Oh, it's fucking. Did he make a spell check? What the fuck?
Make
Was
a
it-
stealth check. What?
Did he make his fucking stealth check? I'm looking at this guy.
No, he didn't. He'd be visible.
What?
I'm fucking rubbing. Fucking.
Oh,
I'm just
Oh,
going to.
hey mate, how you doing? I go up.
He
to
may
him.
not have made it.
I put
He
my-
may not have rolled, but he sure made it.
I lift out a hand for a high five.
As you put out your hand for the high five, you just see the evil smirk again. He'll take his hand and give it to you for the high five. Roll your strength check to see what happens. Do 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 do. He slams into your arm and you go flying back a good 20 feet. Hello.
Hi, how you doing? Pain. Jonathan is writhing on the ground for a second here, and then he gets back up.
I could have sworn I
What
heard
the
something
fuck?
about the lights over here. What was that about? The lights, Khalees?
Fucking nothing. Had nothing to do with me.
Oh, it was me. I was talking about the lights.
Oh,
I was talking
oh.
about theology. Oh yeah, tell me about A-pop, why don't you?
No.
Oh,
Tell
why?
me all
Apop
about
is
theology.
the greatest deity that you could ever worship. He is the lord of all the decaying cycles at the end of your life. So if you want your body to look very nice and pretty when you die, you should totally come join Apop. Like now.
Wow,
Would you like
that
me to
is
sign
so-
you up right now? He pulls out a dark
I-
contract written
No,
in what appears to
I
be dried
prefer-
blood.
I prefer not. Actually, I'm just curious. Actually, enlighten me about all the package deals. I want to hear them all. I don't want to sign up for any at the moment, but I want to hear about them.
Oh, well, package deals. Well, he will, like, reach into a subdimensional space between his muscles and pull out a little brochure. As you can see, as he hands the brochure over to you, Apop offers a number of deals for power, and also for a good afterlife as well, ensuring that you will have a wonderful time in the material plane for all of your existence, including after it's over. It's amazing. Best deal ever. You should sign up right now. Hey,
Please
if you would
run, you
like,
fucking idiot.
if you would like, you could just take this little pin here. He'll hold out a small little pin.
Run, you fucking
Fucking.
idiot.
I am going to like stop.
Khalees, why are you still here?
Because you're going to die.
All you
Start
need to do
smacking
is
the papers
prick
out.
your little finger and put a little dab of
No.
blood on that nice little square at the end there, and then Apop will gleefully give you power. So what do you say,
Jonathan
Jonathan?
is like looking. Jonathan's looking at the documents. I think this is all very interesting. Tell me more.
Fuck.
Tell
I
you
shoot the
more.
paper.
Why, as you shoot the paper, your senpai just looks over disappointed. Now, Khalees, you know we've got to do our jobs correctly by bringing people
You
into the
didn't teach
wonderful
me.
cult of Apop.
You did not teach me how to sign people up.
Wow, that was
You cannot sign people
awesome.
up.
That
I'm
was
just
an
an
awesome
intermediary.
sales pitch. That was an amazing sales pitch. I toss him a gold coin. Amazing sales pitch.
Stop.
I move
He
over
looks.
here
He,
now.
he grabs the gold coin out of the air, looks at it, looks up at you. Roll an insight check on him.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that too because I love insight checks.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on.
Bring out the big boy insight.
Oh dear. Okay.
Here comes the insight.
Let me.
Come on. I believe in you.
Can I please
God, Khalees, why do you have such bad insight?
do things I would like to use things?
I don't look at things.
Well, not being wise.
Yes!
So, Khalees, he's as inscrutable as always, and you're kind of afraid of him. Tucker, you're getting something, but you don't quite know what it is. Hitako, his eyes are screaming murder. And the only reason he's probably not doing anything at the moment is because of Estrid.
I keep quiet.
Senpai, I need to know what you did not teach me the sign up process yet. I need to know that. Bare
That's
minimum.
because you're
You
too
can't
weak to
sign
do it
people
right now, Khalees.
What? It's just a contract.
Don't
Okay.
worry, Khalees. I'll teach you how to do it properly one day. Just get a little stronger and don't die.
No, what? It's just a fucking paper. I cannot
It's
have
so
a
much
paper.
more than just that, though, Khalees. And he will get up close to you, and you'll watch as his eyes go completely black. It's so much more.
I hate when you do that, man. Because you confuse me. You make it think it's the other person. I don't want to talk to them.
Well, I'm going to look forward to our match, Khalees.
Yeah. Yeah. You better. How about you just stop Freud from destroying my existence? What? Be a good senpai.
Who's Freud? All I know is Frode.
I call Freud. I call him Freud. I don't know why you call him or Fred. I'm pretty sure I
Freudian
called him
slip.
Fred before.
A real Freudian slip.
And
You're welcome.
Hey, nice jokes, but
Who's Freud?
Oh,
please tell
we
me,
will
is
have
Freud
that
in this
conversation
world?
later.
Freud is a psychologist person that smoked a lot of horrible drugs and then took a lot of cocaine and came up with a really weird, fucked up ideology in regards to how people work. He's really weird.
Look up penis envy.
God,
Yeah,
why
there's
is
this thing
Freud
called penis
real?
envy, as well as like this Oedipus complex thing where you lust after your parents. It's really fucking weird.
Oh yeah, my mom kept reading me books about that sort of stuff. I don't know what exactly that means.
Also, he didn't actually write any of his own stuff. It was the dude in the stall next to him writing it down on paper while he was coked out as hell.
Interesting.
Why
If I ever
is
see my
Freud
mom again, I
real?
might have to ask her about these books.
Well,
Lusting after parents.
Same.
Why is Freud canon?
Freud is canon.
What race is this Freud?
that's a great question.
Garbage.
He's an elf, obviously.
More than likely.
He's alive for a long time.
Yeah, elves are well known for
Doing
Jonathan
crack
doesn't
cocaine.
finish that sentence. Jonathan doesn't finish that sentence.
For what, huh?
Speaking of
Huh?
cocaine, would anybody like some Ethereum? As he takes a small little packet of white powder and places it on the table. I got some off of a goblin earlier. If anybody would like some.
Wait, how did you get it off a goblin? Did you
Don't
buy
ask
it?
questions, just, do you want it or not?
Don't.
Jonathan looks at
agree.
it. What is this stuff?
Don't agree. Please
Would
don't.
I know?
Hitiko, it's magical cocaine.
Oh,
You will. You
that's
will
the
not
stuff
have
Freud
a fun
used to
time.
use.
Bingo.
What? Okay, there we go.
Is this stuff spiked?
No, it's not. It's just Aether. It's really great. It makes you move faster and think faster and everything faster. It's amazing.
Oh, what about you take it then, senpai?
I don't need it. You're weak. One of you probably needs it. Are you trying to roll insight to see if it's actually spiked, Hitiko?
Yes.
Pissed.
Okie
Absolutely angry.
Accept me, muscle man.
He has good,
God damn it.
as I say.
It's not spiked as best you can
Nope,
tell.
definitely not spiked.
Inscrutable.
Okay, okay.
So, anybody want some
Fucking-
Aether? Estrid, I know you're not a big fan of it. Estrid's just glaring at him at that comment. Oh, don't worry, Estrid. I'm sure they won't find out about that thing.
Wait, what?
Why are you antagonizing Estrid? Senpai, please. Just stop. Why? He's like fucking
Senpai.
starts moving backwards.
May I ask you a question?
As he's about to answer, Estrid goes up, whispers something in his ear, and you watch as he becomes visibly disheveled, and will kind of readjust himself. Yes, what is the question?
Why do you, in particular, want Khalees dead?
Khalees? I don't want Khalees dead. Yet.
So, Khalees... Jonathan kind of is rubbing his chin. So, Khalees kind of like... So, like, what's his deal? Jonathan
Khalees'
is kind of
deal?
looking-
Fucking run.
Why don't you ask him?
I'm
I
just.
think it might be easier
Nope.
to ask.
I do,
what
but
is
he
his
just-
deal.
I'm going over
I
here.
have asked him, but he does not like answering.
Most people don't like talking about mental illnesses.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Chrissy, what
Hey,
are you
Jonathan, roll perception check.
Come on.
Senpai is trying to slip the aether into your pocket.
Jonathan looks at him for a second. I have a sudden inclination I know what this stuff is from.
Whatever do you mean?
Jonathan's brains are ticking for a second. I'm gonna roll an intelligence check to see if he thinks this.
Multiple brains.
Yeah. Did you I'm not accusing you of anything, but is this stuff somehow related to any sort of incriminating crime?
No. Why ever would I give something like that to a friend of Khaleesi's?
I have some ideas, but I'm good, thank you. Jonathan.
Oh,
kind of backs
no,
up.
I insist.
Jonathan backs up. I actually have never done drugs in my life, so.
Oh, I know that's a lie. I've heard about you in the entertainment district.
Hey, Jonathan.
He will like
Yes.
squirm
Hey.
under the table and pop out right in front of you. Come on, just take it. What's the worst that could possibly happen?
How high is this again?
The step up there is about a foot. If you're talking about the chain link, that goes all the way up and over the entirety of the arena.
Is that chain link spiked?
No, it is not. Though it is warded
Gotcha.
magically.
Never mind, he's not touching it then. And he's just going to keep running around.
Could I see them from all the way over here?
Yes.
I'm gonna fucking fire a shot. I'm gonna fire right at Senpai's feet because he's chasing.
Okie dokie.
Because that looks. I'm all the way over here, brother.
Senpai starts looking for you, Khalees. Which direction are you?
I'm fucking this direction with all these other guys. That I fucking after I do that, I'm gonna start hiding. Yes, fucking gone. Shot it. Disappeared.
Well, if you're going to refuse that adamantly, fine. I'll just take this and use it against Khalees.
Yeah, please incriminate Khalees, not me.
What the fuck?
Not the worst
Okay.
thing he
Oh
did.
yeah, so I'm talking to Esther now. So yeah, yeah,
Eloquent.
he was staring at me.
He was.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
So, you're talking to Esther now, right?
Yeah.
So, that was surprising.
I apologize for that whole bit about talking about Apop. I was trying to get Khalees to run away, but he didn't take it very easily.
She'll kind of stare through the bars at Khalees as he's hidden
Fucking-
away.
He's fucking. We make eye contact. Fucking Khalees shivers.
But yeah,
Excuse me.
I'm gonna take a guess and say, yeah, he probably killed someone and took that and was trying to place it on me to incriminate.
Wouldn't be the
me for
first
something.
time.
Wait, really?
What?
Wait, really?
Won't be the last, I'm sure.
Was that the event he was talking about?
What event? I don't know what you're talking about. We don't talk about
He
things.
said-
We don't talk about things in regards to the shadows in those capacities.
Alrighty. So,
The shadows are an innocent organization who have never done any wrong in this city, as far as legally known.
yeah, I know that's probably not true.
As you
But,
say that, you feel Actually, no, you feel multiple sets of eyes like lasering into your back.
But of course, that is not to judge. Godly worshippers can't abide by mortal standards. Ha ha ha. Jonathan rubs the back of his head awkwardly.
Now, seeing that Senpai is a good enough distance to run away from him, he's not back. What the fuck?
Hey, Pop, I mean, Khalees, I think he was trying to incriminate you for murder or something.
No. Okay. Don't refrain from these three things. Don't take anything from him. Do not ask him why. And the last thing is, don't ever ask about Abob. Because right there, he could have pricked your finger, and you would have been fucked.
Ah,
That's why I had to stay here and shoot the fucking paper. Though I don't know if he would have been that ballsy, but he to do it in front of her. But yeah, just don't. Also,
sorry.
later.
I was trying to help you. Sorry.
Don't worry. I fucking bowed to Estrid. Fucking. Okay. Can I get a little bit insight of knowing how bad I'm going to get beat later? Because you definitely said something that was is going to be taken out on me.
She looks at you. You poor son of a bitch. I'm sorry in advance.
And I at least is there any way you would know to where would I need to go to recharge my freaking teleportation ability?
You probably need a good long nap.
That's not gonna cut it. Is the elf god in the shadows? The one that I get my teleportation ability from?
Khalees, roll a religion check.
Do I not know the name of my ability? I just do it? Oh,
What's his name?
yes. 16.
Khalees, so you would know... Actually, wait, no, I need to DM this to you. I can't reveal that quite yet.
Yes! Oh, and Fredbot died. Big sad.
Shit.
Jonathan is so airbrained, it's great. I love him. He knows jack shit about everything.
Okay.
I thought
I
I was
would-
gonna have to do math homework during this. Turns out I already did it.
Good on you, lad.
That's always a
I
good
don't
thing.
remember doing that.
Foresight, without knowing.
Okay, great. And then to end this, he's going to be... Well, I think it's time for the Harvest Festival. I think we should get going.
Here you go, Khalees. Fun times. So, Khalees, that is the deity that is tied to your ability, as well as other things.
Hey, fucking Khalees just stands there and Khalees stands there, he thinks a sec of remember what God gave him as the abilities. He's like, oh, I'll die. Oh, never mind. She'll just kill me.
Wait,
Never mind.
What?
Well, let's go to the Harvest Festival. Oh, yeah.
So as that's happening, Shogi, did you have a bit you wanted to do? Because I see you're up by Kaho.
One of these fights gonna damn start already.
She looks over through the grate. Well, hon, fights don't start till, she'll go and consult the gigantic-ass table that is sitting next to her. Let's see. Harvest sacrifice, then some free time.
We just spent lunch and then we came back, so I think it should start soon.
4 o'clock. It's currently about 3. Harvest Festival's about to start. And the Harvest Sacrifice is great. I highly suggest going. And she'll kind of lean over. Unless you want to spend some more time here, handsome.
Oh, I'd rather not, to be honest.
Suit yourself.
Yeah, show you can kind of walk and message Moors. Do you know of anything of this Harvest Festival?
Morris, if you would like, I can either tell you or you can do whatever you would like in regard to it. I will tell you blatantly, or you could, I don't know. I don't know how good Morris' memory is, basically.
Not great, but I as a person have a general idea on how harvest festivals work, so I think we're gonna be good, and that is just enough.
If it happens every year, I would think you would know something.
Yeah, something.
Yeah,
not a lot.
Moors would know that basically what is about to happen next is a 30-minute Burning Man.
Yeah, they burn the crops they harvest. I think that's right.
Oh, it's a sacrifice to the farm gods, I assume.
Uh, that makes a lot of sense.
Would that just be the Earth gods? Dragon?
That can be a variety of different deities. Basically, anything in the life domain could theoretically benefit from this as a deity, or specifically, who they're probably sacrificing to is a mixture of... One moment, let me double check myself before I wreck myself. It would probably be a combination of Luciel to get the shadows involved, probably Unis to get the graves involved, and for the lights, it would probably be Denariath, who is the Buthive. I cannot speak. Basically, a bunch of life gods. Yes, yes. I cannot speak today. So, but yeah, that would be the general assortment. There are others involved in it, but those are the three primary that they're sending that off to.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
All right, time to go to the harvest sacrifice. I guess I don't know if we wanna. I don't know.
I think it's all good to load us into the new map.
Okie dokie. Do, 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 do.
Untitled.
Should be there in a moment. Just let me clear this.
Good old Windows sounds.
I know, I was about to say, shut the fuck up, Windows.
Good old Windows
wants to-
doing Windows things.
Sorry about that.
It's all good.
No, it's fine.
My headphones keep unplugging because my laptop's. You know the like circle around your headphones to keep them in place.
Yep.
Like the copper circle. Yeah, mine broke in my laptop, so now it constantly keeps disconnecting my headphones.
Oof.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunate.
So let's grab this. Do, 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 do.
Do-do-do.
As you exit out from the fight pit, you see large crowds beginning to gather as you watch a gigantic humanoid figurine strapped together of wheat, whey, and various other grains and grassy type harvest, capped off with a massive gourd for a head. Like, not a this gourd is obviously not naturally made. It is the size of several men put together, and in totality, this object is almost 50 feet high as it's being wheeled through the main streets towards the center point of the entertainment district. You watch as they slowly hoist it up with several large, muscular adventurers pulling on ropes as thick as their arms to bring this massive titan up to standing. As it is brought up, a number of notable adventurers, some clad in almost ceremonial armaments that are obviously not combat capable, but look very pretty, and others, such as the Guildmaster, standing before it, hands steepled and clasped tight, as a single torch is brought forth from the tower, glowing with a almost calming blue aquamarine light, as one of the priests, still young, likely just having gone through the new life ceremony, walks forward to take the torch, and walks a slow, methodical, likely practiced circle around this gargantuan figure, slowly bringing the torch closer and closer with each trip around.
Can we tell what church is this priest from?
No, their robes are specifically. They're more
For the
neutral.
festival.
Yeah, they're a specific robe made for the festival. They have a small bit of gilding along the edges, with a what the hell's the color up? A dark mixture of maroon and an almost amethyst-like reflective material, kind of like how you would see in felt if you're moving it in a nice bright light.
Mm.
And as this priest finally gets to this massive figurine, gently places the torch onto each of its legs, and you watch as this blue flame quickly spreads across the entire thing. A pillar of blue-white smoke rising up from the gargantuan mounds that have been piled together, these hay bales that are just bursting with flame and crackling. And as you stare at it, you get a unique sense of wonder and hope. It's odd.
Fear.
You can almost remember something from long ago that you may have lost that has been found here within those flames.
Jonathan stares really hard.
Flashback time.
I need everybody to roll just a d20 for me.
Great.
Come on, come on.
Memory
No!
check.
God damn it.
Nope. Yeah. Okay.
Why?
Oh yeah, that worked.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Memory check.
Jonathan, as you stare into the fire,
Damn.
you feel a void form within your heart. Something that was missing for so long that you've only just been reminded of. It stabs into your heart, clenching tighter and tighter as you stare further into the fire. It feels sad and lonely, and slowly fades as the flames come to their ends. Hitako, as you stare into the fire, you're reminded of your two sisters, of the trials and tribulations you've gone through up till this point. And something in you is almost afraid of what may come even more after all that has happened. The worst moments, the best, every struggle, every moment, it washes over you like an ocean. And as you look around with the flames brightening the entire square, its gentle light seems to touch those around you. Khalees, as you stare into the fire, you get this sense of nostalgia. It feels both warm and cold at the same time. The warmth
Death.
of what was, and the cold of what is to come. But you are well acquainted to the cold, having sat within it for many years, and far beyond what a normal mortal would have been able to. You remember the sludge-like feeling as you awoke, and you remember long ago the times of old, of fun, of joy, and the events that have slowly led to this point. You remember a dark, barren waste, green flames, and hordes of undead. A massive spire in the center, glowing with a baleful green, sickly, and terrifying. And you remember looking to faces that you can no longer see, and preparing yourselves to haul yourselves back up outside to safety. And one word sticks in your mind more than anything. Failure. A feeling that you've known, that you've suffered. But yet, here you remain, standing once more before these blue flames that once signified all of the hopes and dreams from yonder beyond, lost to time. Perhaps, though, these flames rekindled may grant you a new hope. Moors, as you stare into these flames, an unfamiliar feeling graces you. It's strange. It's as though all of the hopes that you've had until this moment are light. Now, as an adventurer, despite the dangers, it feels right in some capacity. You're not quite sure how to put words to it, but it just feels correct. With each step forward, you become stronger, wiser, and more capable. And now, as you look with your many eye stalks to your newfound companions and compatriots, there's just a bright something dancing within your vision, and yet not at the same time, as though it is some ethereal feeling or sight. And Shogi, as you stare into the fire, a long-lost feeling returns to you. An empty, hollow ring, as you feel a longing for which you have no answer to, for which you know not the source, begins to fill you. Something far gone and far lost within the fires of time. And as you stare deeper into the flames with this longing feeling, Shogi! A whisper in the back of your mind, seemingly from deep below you. Far, far beyond the reach of the surface, something is called to you, Shogi. And as
Can I
Go
can I
ahead.
answer back?
You can certainly try.
Hello? What do you want me to roll?
Give me an Arcana check. And I'm going to tell you in
Okay.
advance you have to roll very high on this one.
Okay,
Come on, Shogi, I believe in you. Yeah.
that's probably not enough.
You catch a fleeting glimpse at a small, almost archaic strand of magic by allowing your senses to leak into the world. But it's gone as quickly as you can see it. All you know is it disappeared deep, deep below your feet. Far beyond anywhere you've stepped so far. And it's something that's almost pulling you. As the fires come to their end, you watch as the now charred existence that was once a gargantuan, beautiful piece of work and art now smolders as the harvest sacrifice has come to its end, and you now have free time if you would so like it. Enough time to go play one game or go to one shop or anything of that sort.
You know, that was oddly calming.
Yeah, it was great. It made me forget the impending death I'm about to face.
It reminded me of some things I wish I forgot, honestly.
Another thing called me. I wonder what could it be this time.
Astrid, did you remember anything?
Nah.
No, I said Astrid.
Sorry.
Didn't hear you.
Roll an insight check on Estrid. She's still kind of staring into the smoldering flame.
That one. Well,
My
Inscrutable.
God,
You can't get a read.
you are not wise.
Could
are you?
I try?
Yeah, you could try.
yeah, you could try.
All right, just for shits and giggles.
All about the big guns.
None of us are wisdom casters. It's not our fault.
Hey, 2 of us are.
We are. Oh, never mind.
So,
Esther and I are bonding, man.
so,
I'm gonna get into her pants before you.
so Khalees,
I-
Jonathan, Inscrutable. You can't get a
looks like
read on
Esther.
her. She just looks like she's enjoying the flame. Hitako. You barely catch it, but you notice as she wipes something from her right eye.
Like I said, girl talk, you know?
Guess that girl thought-
She has feelings she could feel.
She has feelings she can feel.
I just keep this to myself.
Hey guys, what fun game shall we play?
I was thinking of going to a church and begging some gods that make me overpowered.
Why?
Been
Well,
there, done
like
that.
try
It
Gambit.
doesn't work.
What about we go to the alchemy district? I mean, fuck.
I actually should
What?
go to the market district
You
and pick
mean,
up a
you
bag
mean
of
the
holding.
Arcana
you know,
district. Don't worry
bags
about
of
it.
holding is 500 gold, right?
I have 500 gold. Oh, so how you know that? Just like off the top of your head?
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah. I fucking- yeah. What about you don't?
It may have been
just-
500 years, but 500 years or whatever it's been doesn't
Have you-
change the price of bags of holding.
Have you adjusted for inflation rates, Shogi?
Just for-
Like I said, I don't know when I died, but I mean, that's what I
500 gold
remember.
is 500 gold.
Oh well.
Stand together.
It was
As
last
we
month.
all know, currency remains stagnant. That's why a bag of
Okay.
Just
Well,
like
we
a
just go
diamond's 300 gold, more or less.
to the Arcana
Dude,
district
dude.
and find some way to help you. That
I once met a cleric who was about to cast revive, but like their diamond went down in value at the last second, so they couldn't.
The
Damn,
diamond
that really
stock
does
market
suck,
go
doesn't
boom.
it?
You're just giving Jersey ideas.
Hey,
Okay.
What if-
What about we?
So, are we all going together, or
So well, I need to go to the market district real quick and get a bag of holding, and then I'm probably
Yeah,
gonna go pray to Talion to give me what I
I
want.
think you'll run out of time there, bud.
Yeah, fuck.
yeah,
Probably.
like 30 minutes.
If you go to see, I was going to follow you if you went to the market district because, like, I think you suck at haggling. But if you go to
Right.
to the Demon King's church, I will not be there.
All right, let's go to the
Like,
market
look
district
around.
then and just get it. Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm not going to win the fight. I'm kind of content with this fact now. Jonathan kind of rubbed his shoulder. Unless I like sell my soul to some
Wait a
like
sec.
some terrible god, but I don't want to do
Don't
that.
do that.
I just thought an idea, not soul related. Hey, Astrid, do you think this would be cheating? Are items cheating?
No. Bring anything that you can get your hands on, basically.
So, if he had a bag of holding and filled it with a shit ton of weapons,
Does he
And
have the
flipped
money
it
for
out.
that kind of a thing?
well, they don't need to be good weapons. They just need to be weapons.
I think
could
you
be
can just
just
barely
arrows,
buy a bag of
actually.
holding.
Yeah, you could just fill it up with fucking arrows. I know
Why
they're
don't I
pretty
just
cheap.
Why don't I just
And then
put him in
just-
the bag of holding?
I don't think that's gonna work.
That could
Because
also
I
kill
might be
him.
in pieces.
He's not like you.
Yeah,
What?
I mean,
You're saying he does?
no.
You're saying he can just like? You're saying he needs to breathe? What a fucking
Yes,
loser.
most of us need to breathe. You're the only exception because you're you.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that's why I can talk so much. I just don't need to breathe.
Would that be cheating?
This explains a great deal.
Estrid, would that be cheating? Bringing someone in a bag of holding?
Yes. It's a one-on-one.
But it wouldn't be cheating if you happen to fill a bag of holding with a shit ton of arrows and then flip it out. So it fires the arrows in front of it.
You can certainly try to. I don't know if that's going to be overkill or not, but it's a tactic.
Would turning the bag inside out really launch the arrows that fast?
Well, it shoots everything outside of it, so...
It probably won't launch them
yeah.
at a constant velocity enough that the arrows will be able to do any damage, but...
Well,
Well, if
that's
you
why
like-
you
if-
open it right in front of their face.
Well, you could just try and get on. You could try and get on one of the pillars, and then while the guy's trying to climb up, you can just empty the bag on him.
He said he had an idea, not that it was good.
What? Your SAS levels are way too high right now for my entire existence. I'm already
I would
gonna
like
die.
to look around me.
Okie dokie. Would you... you can make a perception check, or do you just want the general environment around you?
Nope, I want to make a perception check.
Okie dokie.
By the way, Khalees, if you can get me a bag of holding for 400 gold, I'll give you 50 gold.
Damn.
No!
Hitaka, was there anything in particular you were looking for? Because depending, you may or may not have made the DC if you were looking for anything in particular.
Just something that I didn't notice before.
Nothing of note, just a couple adventurers going in and out of different stalls and areas and shops and the like.
You know what? Can I see if one of, like, Floyd's, I always say his name wrong. Floyd. Whoever the
Frode.
fuck his thing is
Frode.
Frode is fucking one of his things are watching me or not? Because I know it is.
Police, as you're looking around, doesn't take you long to find a couple of crows off in the distance that seem to be staring uncharacteristically laser point on you and a bunch of other people.
Oh, can I see what they're who are they looking at? The other people?
Roll an insight check on the crows at disadvantage because they're at a pretty good distance.
My eyes are in fact perfect.
Come on, 2 nat 20s. That's good. That's good first roll.
I just need another at 15. No,
That's not a great.
Too far. You can't track by the beak. It all looks like it's pointed at you from this distance.
Oh my bad. Damn it. Yeah, let's and one. No, I don't want 50 gold. I won that shit. If anything, it's going to be. This is useful to the party. So come on, let's go.
Jonathan goes with them. Wait, Estrid, I had one question before I go, and I hope this isn't offensive, but Jonathan kind of goes up to her. I haven't really been finding any Demon King worshippers around, other than you and I, which is odd in my opinion. Jonathan rubs his chin.
Don't worry too much about it. Most people who follow the Demon Kings aren't super open about it. After all, it's painting a target on your back depending on who hears it.
Yeah, they don't even leave their place. I not that I would know.
Jonathan stares at her for a second. Good to know.
Especially
Let's go,
those who worship
police.
things from the tapestry. They particularly despise the Demon Kings.
Yes. Jonathan laughs and is now feeling very, very scared.
Vulnerable.
Vulnerable. While they take double damage.
Yep. Let's go, Khalees.
So
That's not the district. This is the district.
that
Are
is
you
the
looking at
residential
the
district.
district?
Yeah, I was about to say this is the district.
The red roofs.
Red roofs. I thought
Mercantile.
this was the-
Merchant.
Residential, upper
Estate,
class,
Jonathan
whatever.
is-
residential,
Commercial.
nature, entertainment, old city, divinity,
Mercantile.
arcana,
Perfect. We're merc-
slums.
Jonathan is going to look for
Agriculture.
basically like a uncommon like basically an odds and ends magic store, basically.
Okie dokie,
And
as
we're-
I see what
Oh,
you're
wait,
doing, Ron.
what
You're
do you-
technically not wrong, but it can also be found where they're going.
Okay.
As they're doing that,
Well, I
would
mean,
anybody else like to do anything during this wonderful half hour?
Well, I
Morris,
would love to play some games, but I don't have any money.
Should have asked me for money, pal.
would you like to go to the dojo with me?
That's thought bubble.
Dojo. What's that?
It's the where you train your skills and whatnot. I got recommended it for the previous fighter I fought, and I wanted to check it out.
Neat.
Hey Hitoko, do you know where the dojo is?
Because she's Kitsune.
Nope, afraid not. I'm not a local.
As you say,
Well, you've only got
Dojo,
someone who
Esther
does.
turns to you. Which one?
I don't know. I just heard dojo when
Was
with
it the woman who
previous
you
fighter.
fought?
Yes.
She just points you off towards the old city district. Follow me.
You want to come along, Hitoko, or do you have plans?
I can't decide if I want to go with or not.
Shogi would just kind of she's saying she's indecisive. She'll just kind of grab her by her arm and start dragging her over.
Okay.
Come on, Mom.
Holy crap!
We're gonna miss
Arm
out.
hook. Arm hook. Let's go.
Oh, sorry, Morris.
It's fine. I can fly.
Oh yeah. Over my shoulder. Head pats.
Eh.
Okie dokie. So which group would like to go first?
Roll a d2.
True. God said left moment.
God said left.
Us, yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
Wow, God really do say left.
All right, so it's time. It's time for the Khalees and Jonathan show. As they're walking,
God said
John-
left.
as they're walking, Jonathan is going to go up to Khalees. Yo, Khalees. Khalees, have you ever been in a relationship?
Maybe. I mean, that question is a pointed spear. I don't know. Could have been
Okay.
a long time ago. They could be dead. They could be alive. I don't know. They could want to kill me. But
Well,
hopefully,
I'm
none of the
asking for.
above.
You are a Sigma, right? You're a Sigma. You know that Chad grind set to get those chicks, right?
Fucking looked at. Actually, can I make it a fucking history check to see if that was ever
Yes. Yes,
Khalees
you
is what I'm
can.
thinking.
Yes.
Has an
13.
aneurysm.
You know,
Did I
Khalees,
ever date?
if you're talking about dating, you do remember dating somebody, but their face escapes you, you know? It's been a long time.
Yeah, I mean, there was somebody, but I don't remember. I don't remember what they look like anymore. But there was definitely at one time. He really found my ability to shoot with an arrow very nice.
But you used to use an arrow.
Yes. I
What
used to
were
have a
you
bow.
before you died?
Somebody who could use a bow.
Wow, that's very informative. But yeah, the question here is, what am I doing wrong with Estrid?
Everything. if you're asking me for advice, everything.
That is helpful. Jonathan scratches his cheek.
Way to fix it. Don't just give. Biggest thing, you go on a few dates. You just ask to go eat some food. You do that. Try to start off a little conversation. Don't just give her I mean, would I know that? Okay, question. Does Khalees know that fucking Jonathan gave Esther the costume?
They're wearing. They're in a pair, so you
They're
might
in
be
a-
able.
they're in a
Roll an
pair.
intelligence check, I guess.
They're in a pair, but that does not necessarily mean that you gave her the costume.
I guess just roll a 1d2 to see if you think so. Just like one, you think he gave her the costume.
Or you could
I'm just
insight
doing it-
Jonathan to figure it out, because he's probably not hiding it.
Easy.
Yeah, it's a very low insight.
A very low insight.
So, to be fair, my the DC for that insight check was 5, so yeah.
No, I don't know. Currently, my brain is very scrambled right now, due to a lot of brain damage, or just getting attacked.
Yeah, what is like your brain like at the moment, anyways?
scrambled. That's what it's
But
like.
do you like have a brain? You're like goo.
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm just figuring out if it is like goo or something.
No.
But yeah, so you're saying I should take her on a date and like
You
not
don't even
give
need
her
to phrase it
Halloween
as
outfits?
don't. Oh, I'm saying don't phrase it like that. I'm saying you invite
I mean,
her to eat.
I mean, I have been trying to do that all day, Khalees. But we sort of have issues with people tagging along.
Yes. This is the Harvest Festival. This is the worst day to do it.
This is fair. Yeah, maybe I should ask her another day.
What about you try to on like a day like after we leave the dungeon or something? You go there, you say, "Hey, let's go grab some dinner." Then you try to start some good conversations. But less important about that. What's more important, we gotta find a correct store. Now, you never choose like the poorest store, because they want the most amount of money. You gotta choose. I point at a store that's like looks like it's doing okay for itself. Not too good, not too bad.
As you're scanning over, you see a store with a large magical sphere currently pulsating through multiple different colors with small lines of text reading. Come here, magical wares yonder and there. Come along, discounts for Harvest Festival.
Hell yeah, discounts.
Okay, yep.
Jonathan goes into the store. I'll let
We
you.
both go in.
I'll let you haggle because you're far more charismatic than me.
Yeah, correct. I just know how to talk to people. Fucking opens the door. Huh. What's in there?
Yes.
As you enter into the store, you see a countertop made from seemingly a very fine maple wood, which has had a nice layer of lacquer over it that gives it an almost rosy looking appearance. And behind it sits a man who is currently reading a very dense volume. Behind him on the shelf you see a variety of crystal spheres, bags of varying colors and appearances, as well as a few tomes. And in the dead center directly above him is a labeled grimoire.
Holy
What
shit,
is
it's
he
grimoire.
reading?
Jonathan goes over to the grimoire and he looks at the price.
Hold
As
on,
you come up to the countertop, he slowly closes the tome he's reading with one hand. Oh,
what is
welcome.
he reading?
Roll a perception check.
This is the start of how to get a good deal. This is the start.
As you look at the tome, it's not a text that you're super familiar with, but you are aware of it because it... Actually, no, you wouldn't know why you're aware of it. You just kind of know... You almost, like, instinctually know about it. You remember it, but you don't remember why you remember it. It is Advanced Arcanum, a tome written by the Archmagus of the city for beginners and intermediates into the advanced stage of learning magic. So this person is either very well read on magic or is a fairly decent caster unto themselves.
Okay, trying to stop Jonathan from walking. This is the art of the deal. Watch. I mean, nice book you got there. You're studying some intermediate magic.
Yes,
I
I
remember
specialize in thaumaturgy, enchantment, as well as a few other more obscure arts. I welcome you to my store.
Oh, nice. Have you tried aberration before? I've seen those are pretty useful.
They're decent, but not my style per se. So, what is it that you seem to be looking for today?
We're looking for a bag of holding.
Ah, bag of holding. They're quite popular with adventurers. Is that all you're looking for?
Currently, yes. But we might be back for some more at a later date.
I have a special deal where if you buy something, you get a discount on another thing.
Well, first, we gotta, how much is your bag of holding?
You watch as he snaps his finger and a mage hand picks a bag up off the shelf behind him, without him even moving, really, and places it down. Seeing as it's the Harvest Festival, my bags of holding are only 400 gold.
How do I lower this?
You'd be hard-pressed to find a better deal around town as of right now.
Well, I can see that. I can see that. What other items does he have around shop?
as you begin looking around the shop, give me one moment to go get the giant list of shit.
Jonathan's still looking at still eyeing the grimoire a little bit.
Freaking stratagem, it's already on discount. Damn it.
As you start looking around, where the hell is it? There it is. You see several different crystal balls, roughly the size that would fit into a caster's palm. You also see a few small wands, ranging from relatively basic to slightly more ornate. As well, you also see... where the hell is it? I know it's here. Ah, yes. He also has a small number of seemingly tarot cards, as well as other various miscellaneous objects around as well.
Great. What about these wands? How much do these fetch for, and what do they do?
Well, which one are you referring to? As you're looking at the wands, you can see ones
They're
made...
labeled.
There are basic wands that are made out of an oaken wood and have been lacquered. There's a yew wand that is pale and very soft to the touch. There is a rod of what appears to be some kind of warm metal. It feels kind of right in your hands, Khalees. Just something about it.
I'll grab that
feels a
one
little
and figure
profane,
that
you
one
know?
out. I grab that one and be like, how much is this? What is this?
Why, that, my friend, is a profane rod. It allows those who've made deals directly with deities to use their magics. It's a very
How much does this
basic
go
focus. I have more advanced models, though, if you're interested.
Well, currently, how much does this go for?
Well, the basic model will shoot you 15 normally, so right now it's only 12.
What's a
But if you buy the bag of
more
holding,
expensive one?
it's for free. If you're looking for the more advanced model, he'll go under the desk and pull out a small little drawer, open something up, and put a wand that looks very similar but is tipped with a ruby. Now this baby here, this is a good wand.
How much is that going to affect me?
Well, this one, under normal circumstances, would fetch you about 100. But, since it's a special deal and you're looking for a bag of holding, I'll say it'll only cost you an extra 20 on top of the bag. Of course, I'm sure you want to know exactly what this thing can do, right?
Well, so what I hear is 420 gold for both.
Why, yes, sir.
Now I look at Jonathan and I look at him like...
Jonathan is eyeing the grimoire at the moment, and he goes up and he looks at the grimoire. Aren't these things, like, impossible to find?
Yeah, don't touch him.
I'm not touching it, please.
As he sees you going towards the grimoire, he raises an eyebrow. He's gonna insight check you. Because he's not sure if he can trust you.
He can 100% trust. They're already all on deal.
No, we
and
can't.
$100 rod for 20 gold?
I think you're just better off taking that deal, because that's
Yes,
really good.
That's what I'm going to do.
Oh my god.
So, Jonathan,
You don't-
are you planning to try and steal this grimoire out from under him right now?
Not at the moment, no. He's just trying to look at it, basically, and
He
he's
kind of
basically just trying to look at it.
he kind of relaxes, but he's still a little bit tense because as you look at the grimoire, it's got a very high price tag on it, 10,000
How high?
gold.
I don't imagine buying the bag of holding gives us a very big discount on this one.
No, that's one of the few items I can't offer a discount on.
Grimoire. May I touch it? May I touch the cover? Just
No,
feel-
sir. As any opening of those pages would cause the grimoire to be expended.
Okay.
Looked at
I
Jonathan.
apologize. Jonathan then turns away, and he's going to start looking for things he might be interested in.
As you're looking around, Jonathan, most of this seems geared towards spellcasters, but you do find a really weird Obsidian Dagger.
Jonathan, grabs the Obsidian Dagger. What is this thing?
He sees you pick it up, and he's kind of like got the look of "be careful with it" on his face. Be careful with that. Whatever you do, do not stab yourself with it right now.
Why?
Just don't. Trust me. What you're holding is an Obsidian Dagger, specifically one that was made and crafted in the north by a former adventurer who I'm on very good terms with. That dagger is not something you want to play around with, and he'll kind of like motion for you to hand it over to him between his palms very carefully.
I would like to first know what it does before I do. Jonathan's kind of like putting it a little closer, but he kind of is not. He's kind of holding it, so he's like willing to give it back, but first wants to know what it does.
Well, you can learn that without like, just put the goddamn dagger down.
He will wait until you put the dagger into his hand, so it's not currently in yours, basically.
Jonathan sighs and gives him the dagger.
He will carefully take the dagger and place it down in front of him. This dagger is, as I've said, an obsidian dagger. And given the right circumstances, when you stab something with it, it will do significant damage by rotting and corroding away at their internals.
Can I look at this dagger heavily to see any like APOP power?
Khalees, roll a religion check to see if there's any APOP attached to this dagger.
Not seeing very APOP.
Yeah, you can't really tell. It's hard to really get a good read on it.
I am curious. So would you say if I was in... I have a fighting pitch matchup, and I'm against someone that far outclasses me. Would you say this would be good at incapacitating them?
Sounds like it will kill them. But I don't know if that will work on charms.
Well, it could work. I do have swords like this, but I must warn you to be very careful, as you never quite seem to know when it's going to happen.
Oh, it's random?
Oh, you have swords like this? Jonathan looks excited now.
And he will...
How much?
For a sword, how much do you have on you? Because that's the more important question, to see if you can afford it.
I have 500.
He kind of thinks for a moment. Looks you over once or twice. Tell you what.
Khalees is smiling.
500 for the bag and the sword. And I'm going to need a favor from you.
I would like to know the favor before I make the deal.
He will go into the back for a moment and come out with a small box that is very ornate. The wood is well carved, very soft, and it has a sheen to it. And he will open this box very slowly to reveal a sparkling pink-red gem. I need this delivered to a friend in the Arcana district. I don't have time to do it myself for a number of reasons, and I also figure an adventurer would be better off doing this anyway.
Throw the wand in.
I need you to bring this to the Archmage. I don't know exactly where they are today, but it would be very good to get it to them as quickly as possible if available.
All right, I will. So so the bag of holding and the sword and doing this favor for you.
All for 500 gold, and he will carefully close the lid of the box and seal it.
Can I see the sword first?
He will bring out a long sword made of the same type of obsidian, and as you're looking at it, you notice glinting on the sharded edges small little, almost speckles of a sickly, vile green, and a dark, malevolent purple.
Does that
have some any
juice on it?
Do you have any maintenance kits for these things? Because they
do not require maintenance.
All right. How do I clean these things then? If touching them,
you don't need to. It will clean itself. It's a magical weapon.
Can I get a scabbard for it at least? Like some sort of scabbard? that will protect me against it accidentally cutting my thighs.
He'll bring out a wrapping of a dark silk and begin to carefully wrap it around the blade, making sure not to touch it directly while wrapping it. And as it reaches the hilt, he will then take it up, holding it, and he will say the following: Ascarte. And you will watch as the silk disappears, almost as though melding into the guard. You don't need much of a scabbard, all you need is the command word. And he will say Scarte once more, and you watch as the wrap reappears and wraps around the blade on its own.
May I try it out real quick? Just to make sure that it's not...
He will hand it over to you.
Jonathan is going to grab it. Is it a two-handed weapon?
It is a longsword, so it is versatile. You can use it with one hand or two hands.
Jonathan's going to hold it with two hands, and he's going to swing it down and see how it feels. Like, is there an open space in this room? Like
yes,
one where
there would be enough open space for you to take a practice swing.
Yeah, Jonathan's going to take a hard practice swing.
As you bring the blade down, it feels a little odd. It's not quite like your katana. It's certainly a little less forgiving when trying to cut with it, but it does have a good bit more weight, so you can feel the through of the swing with each movement. It's a little difficult to handle, but it's nothing outside of your capabilities.
I suppose there's no katana versions of this, obviously.
No, unfortunately, the material is somewhat limiting in that aspect.
That is fair. I am a fighter that focuses on bleeding things, so, well, that's okay. Jonathan just kind of admires the blade. Okay, so the sheath is not on at the moment, right?
No. The blade is openly exposed, and the command word is Ascarte.
I heard you saying Scarte earlier. It's Escarte, right?
Give me a moment. I'll pop the information you need on it into chat.
Yeah, sorry. I just heard you saying Scarte and then Escarte, so I'm just trying to make sure. I mean, I have Escarte written down. Oh god, this is hype.
I'll let Jersey get this, because this is time for
Hey,
good persuasion check.
Oh fuck yeah, two katanas now.
It is not a katana. It is just a longsword. It doesn't apply bleeding.
I know.
it's a long sword, you say?
Yes.
It's very long, and in fact, a sword.
All right then. I'm currently making a macro, so haha.
Long sword of doom and destruction. I can't wait to talk to this fucking keep that seemingly forgot my existence.
Is there any more favors that I can do for you to get the wand thrown in as well on this deal?
Stop! Stop! That's not how you. And he fucking walks to him, fucking puts a finger on his mouth. Let me do my work. This is the art of the deal, not the art of run errands.
So, basically, on a critical hit, the weapon deals a extra d8 of either acid damage or necrotic damage on top of the already existing critical dice.
Ooh. That's like, okay. It's not that good.
Wait, D8?
Yes, an extra d8. So you'd be dealing 3d8 in total if you were one-handing it. Or 2d10 plus 1d8 if you were two-handing it when you crit.
So I don't mean to sound rude. But are there any stronger versions of this sword anywhere?
They do exist, but my friend only manufactures them very rarely. You'd have to put in a custom order, and as you only had 500 gold, you likely do not have the amount needed for it.
That is fair. Jonathan just kind of feels the longsword. I like this.
Slides hand on the table. Hey, this favor is actually pretty important. I think you could throw in that wand as well.
I've already given you a weapon that is far more valuable than that rod, my dear friend.
Well, far more valuable for him. This is a party endeavor, and you're asking for the Archmage, and to deliver something that seems pretty important.
It is important for a number of reasons, But if you
I
want
gotta-
that, I can also ask another favor of you.
Well, and then with that, I'm gonna be like, well, as long as the favor isn't too exhausting, I think we could talk about something. But I'm pretty sure that throwing in the wand as like a little tip of the iceberg for a long relationship is pretty good.
He'll go into the back room and he will take a small parchment, write something down on it, and he will fold it up, seal it with a wax stamp, and hand it over to you, Khalees. I need this to go to the Church of the Lights, specifically to the High Priest.
Fucking doesn't shake. I'm just gonna say doesn't fucking shake out of his mind. Okay.
Do you
Well,
want to
no.
give do you want to give the Archmage the crystal, and I'll go to Light Church?
Don't worry, I have a plan. Now, how fast do you need this delivered?
At least by the end of the day. If you can do
Oh,
that, then you'll
that's
get the
easy.
wand.
Yeah, oh, son of a bitch.
So, here's the
Okay.
500 gold. Can I have the bag of holding now in the Obsidian Longsword?
He will place the bag of holding down. He will leave the obsidian longsword in your hand, and he will take the box and place it into the bag of holding for you. And he will tell you this. Just make sure that when you leave here, the only person who gets this is the Archmage. Be sure of it.
100%.
Because if this goes to somebody else, there's going to be a problem.
You can rely on us. By us, I mean me, because I always
So what
do.
is this crystal exactly?
Don't ask questions. Just
You
get it to
fucking
the
Jonathan.
Archmage. You're better off not knowing at the moment.
The more you know, the more likely you'll be fucked.
I'm just curious, but
No.
I guess
All
Stop
you need
your
to know
curiosity.
is it needs to get to the Archmage. Beyond that, everything else is irrelevant.
Did you not
Alright.
hear about the saying, the curiosity killed the hellhound?
hey, but satisfaction brought it back.
No, definitely did not bring it
No.
back. It's still in hell. Fucking police.
Jonathan just like bonks Khalees with the sheathed longsword.
In fact, I'm just very curious. Hey, let's get out of here and do this immediately.
Jonathan's going to follow Khalees and do this immediately.
I'm going. I don't give a fuck about the fight. I'm going to this. This is another. I'm not going to die for this. I'll say, hey, can you take that thing out the scabbard?
1 second. Escarte!
I'm gonna touch the blade.
You watch as the silk almost gets devoured into the guard, and as you touch the blade, Khalees, what are you trying to do with it?
Trying to see since this is using of decay and I have some decay, I don't know, maybe big brain enhance it. Let me put some apop juice on it. Maybe it makes it stronger.
Are you sure you would like to try this?
Oh my god.
I will consent. I'll be like, hey, would you, I think I could possibly make your weapon stronger or completely useless.
Jonathan hands the weapon to him and then backs up like 10 feet.
Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead, give them 2 thumbs up.
Don't worry. Yeah, I'll do some APOP juice because I have resistance to necrotic damage, so I'm not going to die. She does 500.
Roll me a religion check, then an arcana check.
Don't worry.
As it goes by, Jonathan's just backing up more and more.
Okay, shit, religion, powerful arcana.
Apop does not respond, but you do get a sense of the magics applied to this item. It is not entirely beyond you in the ability to enhance it, but unfortunately, you just don't seem to have the favor to do so at the moment.
I'm like, come on, APOP. Come on.
Come on, person that I
Do
owe
you,
a lot to.
You want to take it to the Apop church and try and enchant it there?
No. Fucking hands it back. I mean, Ascarte. I mean,
The silk wraps the blade.
hands it back. No, it's fine. I can in fact enhance it. It's just that he didn't want to help. I think he's pretty mad right now. So let's go meet this art mage.
Wait, why don't we split up? You go to the light church, and I'll go give this to the archmage.
No. Okay. I would do. Okay, I'd rather you go to the light church than me.
Okay.
Here you go. Switch.
Okay, so what do I need to do? What do I need to do at the light church
Hand
again?
it to the archpriest of the light church.
Hand shit to arch priest of
Yes, make sure you jot that down in your mental, your mind palace.
Jonathan writes down the silk of the sword.
As you begin writing on the silk of the blade, it doesn't take.
Damn, this is shitty writing material. Anyway, see you later.
Cool.
And now cutting over to the rest of the group.
Yes.
What are you saying? We are not the center of the world?
Yes.
Estrid walks you all to a large and notable dojo, where you can see banners hung down from it that read in various different sub-dialects. Come learn to fight here. We'll train you to be a good adventurer and not die horribly in the dungeon.
Do I notice if there's any like titles or like champions cups or like tournament cups anywhere?
You're
within...
currently outside, but if you enter, you would see that there are a variety of trophies littered across multiple shelves just by the entrance and leading further in.
Okay.
You also see several titles next to the entrance and the potential to become everything ranging from a master of the blade to just a rookie. Regular old adventurer with some skills. Nothing too big.
So we would kind of say, thank you, Astrid, for leading us here. I don't know about you or everyone else, but I would like to partake. I don't know if Hitoko, if there's something for non-combatants for you as well.
They probably have like how to dodge or something.
It could be also mental training if you want to partake as well.
I think I'll just meditate in the corner. She looks like she's just got kind of this weird look on her face, like, well, they're considering me. That's nice.
So, Morris, are you gonna be trying to partake as well?
I haven't done a lot of training recently, so this will be good warm up.
So we could be sparring partners, Morris.
Sounds cool. Kind of like flexes, stretches a little.
Shogi would walk in.
As you walk further within the dojo, you are met with a familiar face, who's currently practicing her swings, focused like a laser. With each swing, it seems to just come down on the same arc over and over and over. And you see a very oldly looking man with a beard that is far, far too long, watching, as though critiquing. Momo, if you're gonna get a good swing in, you gotta do it right. Remember, the Achilles heel must move just a few centimeters to maximize the amount of force coming out of your swings. That's why you lost in the ring. Ooh. Yes, master, as she brings the blade back up and continues to swing. You watch as the old man's just watching her, kind of brushing the beard, and then notices you four. Oh, we got new guests. Momo, go deal with them. What? She's like halfway through the swing, stops it short. Hi! You came. I was expecting this to be a little bit longer, but hey, nice to see you all again. Master, this is the one who beat me. His name is Shogi. Ah, Shogi, he's like the game, right? That... She just kind of looks at you, saying sorry with her eyes.
Yes, I did name myself after the game.
Ah, interesting. You watch as he just kind of like almost warps across this open area. The movement is so fast that he's got a little bit of a blur to him. He starts looking you up and down.
Jumps.
You'll make a fine warrior by the looks of it. He kind of like taps your pecs and on your arms. Pretty muscular, pretty good, pretty good. A little scrawny for what we're usually used to, but it seems you got something else going. As he'll kind of like start doing circles around you, observing every motion that you're making. You got good reflexes. As he kind of like flicks just above the midpoint of your back. Pretty good, pretty good. He stops on your weapon. Naginata. Pretty good idea. You might just be able to fit in at this school here, boy. He kind of looks at your hair. Blows nice in the wind.
I should be able to fit in if I could be your student.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Wonder if I can make you an apprentice or not. And he'll look over to Morris. Oh, this one's interesting. Don't see many of the Oculus around here. As he starts going around you, Morris, and you're just watching him with all of your eyes. He's got good eyes. Lots of them, too.
Wow.
Might be able to make a sorting style off of that, you know. You ever play with a longsword when you were younger, Sonny?
No, not really. The biggest thing I think I played with was like a mace or something.
A mace. You ever use a short sword?
So I currently got right now.
Good. Might be able to teach you. Yes. And then he'll turn his eyes over to Hitako. Kitsune. And he'll start doing the loops around you. Yeah, you don't look like you're, very well trained with the blade, Missy.
Yogi fart? You have the speech bubble?
She's a non-combatant old man.
I can answer for myself.
I don't know. Shogi kind of feels like pissed.
Mike is working, yes.
Is it?
Yes, Mike is working.
Thank you. The audacity on this man. God damn. Okay. No, I'm trained as a healer.
Healer. Can you heal yourself while swinging a sword, Missy?
I don't swing swords.
Oh, why not?
I can help it. I don't like killing people.
Hey, you don't need to kill them. You can just use the back end of the blade. That way you can beat the shit out of them without killing them. That's a sorting style I got here if you want it.
Or not to hurt people if it doesn't have a medical purpose.
Unfortunate. You got a good hand for it by the appearance of it. As he's like glancing over your hands.
Can I cast shape water like just for flavor text and not lose it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So she's gonna cast shape water in the shape of a scalpel and just kind of twirl it expertly between her fingers.
Very good, very good. I might know somebody who can do something with that. Though he's not in town as of current. He usually comes around during the mid of winter.
Again, I'd prefer not to hurt people. But
no, he's
I'm
a
not
healer.
Completely helpless.
Well, he is a swordsman too, but he is a healer. He knows how to heal good. He'll train those hands to be good with that little knife you got there, Missy.
Scalpel.
Scalpel, schmalpel. It's a knife, it's a knife.
She'll let the spell go.
You watch as he, like, kind of old man jaunts over. Momo, get them tea!
Yes, please.
She'll just kind of recenter herself. Aye, master. And she'll go off and bring back a nice set of porcelain, porcelain tea set, and begin pouring it out.
1 second.
As the master will kind of motion to a rock in the middle of this open area, like it's a table, even though it is clearly not very much one, but it's just passable for use.
Itako is not phased. She walks forward and takes a seat. Or whatever they're deciding to do. She looks to the old man to lead. If he takes a seat, she'll take a seat.
He'll kind of hobble over and take a seat on his legs, waiting for the tea to be served in front of him by Momo, who is currently silently glaring daggers at him.
Morris
Poor girl.
kind of walks up and then, like, instead of, like, sitting down, he just brings his legs up to go cross-legged in the air and then kind of floats down to the ground.
It's so cute.
The old man will notice this. Pretty useful. Wonder if I could learn to do that. A couple more years and I might be able to. You notice his mind is kind of already gone off on a tangent. He's already gone.
More than the usual amount of eyes start looking at him like, this guy can learn how to fly?
As Momo finishes pouring out the tea, she pours one for herself, places the teapot down, and sits.
Izuku's gonna take her tea, then lean over to Moors. First lesson about Karachiai. Don't underestimate dojo masters.
Actually turns to look at her and, like, befuddlement.
Befuddled.
If they say they can do it, they can probably do it.
As he sips his tea.
She's like traumatized from not believing people can do things and then just being completely wrong. Oh my god!
Momo will notice that her master's off in another world and will clear her throat very, not so gently. Master, are you still... Yeah. Quiet, Momo, I'm thinking about something. I gotta figure out how to levitate soon. But, why the fuck do I put up with this shit? And then the master will seemingly snap back out of nowhere. Oh yeah, you, game board man.
Yes.
So you want to learn how to use the weapon, right?
Well, better, I guess.
Good. Now that I've figured out how to potentially levitate, I can think about how to train you. Let's see. How married are you to the weapon you're using right now, that Naginata?
I thought you were gonna stop at how married are you? I was like, there's levels?
I am flexible, but I do prefer the Naginata as my main weapon.
Yeah, understood. You watch as he kind of, like, immediately phases back out of reality. Yeah, that could work. As he kind of, like, slowly recenters his vision onto you. So, game board. If you want to learn the sword style, unfortunately, due to your weapon of choice, it's not going to be as easy, but you can still learn it. We could focus on the more wide sweeping moves to hit multiple targets, as opposed to the usual swordsmanship that I teach. It'll be a lot of effort, though. Are you willing to give in and put up with my training? Momo looks over to you. You can see it in her eyes. The fucking just zoned out, remembering all the horrors look. Like she's having flashbacks.
For Vietnam flashback look. God.
Well, I could also go to another dojo. What makes your dojo so special?
As you say that, Momo will take a half scoot back as the old man takes his hand, lightly taps it on the table, and you watch as this rock splits in two and separates with just enough room for this man to walk directly towards you as he kind of shovels himself up. with a smirk.
Ithaca's actually going to take the tea set with her as she scoots back. By the way.
Morris
Sorry.
just kind of like floats up an inch, floats back, and then sits back down.
As he arrives in front of you, Shogi. That's why, Sonny. You want to learn how to do that? You can always learn with me.
Is Esther with us? Or
Yeah,
is she just outside?
she was like 3 scoots back the moment that you started talking with him. And she's just sipping her tea very calmly. Like this is just normal.
Esther, you have heard of this good grace of this dojo before, have you?
Yes, Zahar Gal is actually a very competent swordsman, despite... Oh, Esther, I didn't notice you over there. Did you finally come back to learn my style? No, old man. I have my own ways. Fair. Not like there's much to teach you at this point, anyway. Except for how to actually use a fucking weapon. She kind of raises an eyebrow. And then lets it go.
Ithaca tries not to laugh.
What is your style, old man?
My style is very simple. It's been passed down for 20 generations through training intense enough to break most people. Mastery involves knowing not just your weapon, but also your body, your mind, and even your soul. As he will motion for Momo to bring him something, she rolls her eyes, gets up, and brings out a highly decorated katana. It is literally pulsating with raw magical energy as he will take the sword from her, stepping back, getting ready to unsheathe the blade. And in an instant, Shogi, you watch as a rock behind him, without him seeming to have even moved, is cleaved into 20 separate pieces as he takes his hand off of the hilt. That's
Judgment
my
cut?
sword style, buddy. So, Game Board, you want to learn how to do that?
Not exactly like that, but probably eventually create my own style as well.
Good. That's what the old masters used to do too, Sonny. As he'll hand the blade back off to Momo, who will take it and put it back on a nice stand. The old man will creep towards you. With your style, using a weapon like a naginata, you might not be able to do exactly that. But we can enhance your strikes, make them cleave harder, and follow through all the way through multiple targets, potentially. Of course, though, that depends entirely on you. Are you willing to put up with the training?
I feel like I've gone through worse. To be honest with you, Mr. Sensei, would that be your preference of choice?
That is acceptable.
Yeah, I have recently woken up from a death slumber, and I don't know a lot of what I've gone through, but I feel like this isn't much of a challenge.
What was that?
This training accurate for someone who just back in the day fought everything. This training would probably be like not that hard.
But I am willing to be humble and do anything you would require me to do, Sensei.
Humble brag.
The old man will look over to Momo. Boy, you sure do know how to bring them in.
3,000 push-ups, Shogi does it easily.
We'll start early tomorrow, so don't get too drunk tonight, or maybe do. It might make it more fun for me.
Yes, Sensei.
Oh. There goes the bar hopping between them.
No, he'll still do bar hopping. He'll just do it hammered. I'm ready to puke in the morning.
Oh dear. What am I looking for? Okay.
The old man will
Is
then
there
turn to
any-
Moors. You can keep going, Shogi. He's just gonna do his thing.
Is there any wisdom you can maybe spread through my friends here, as well, Sensei?
Amongst all the wisdom I've learned over the years, there are some things that even I can't deal with. There are some creatures down in the depths that you'll never be able to challenge alone. And some that even in groups will present a great threat to you. Of course, these are just the ramblings of an old coot like me. Take them as you will, be they wisdom or the ramblings of an old coot. It makes no difference to me. But, if you're wielding my swordsmanship, you better not fucking die in a way that's gonna be making it look like shit. And then he'll kind of like step over to Moors. So, you've given me a good idea. What do you want to learn, buddy?
Well, that was a cool strike, but I'm thinking of trying to pick up the weapon of like my church kind of thing. It's kind of like his points at Jogi, but like different.
He'll lean in and ask you what church that you follow. Which church, Sonny?
Looks around with the many eyes, leans in a little closer. The Den Moroletatos. And then leans back.
He'll kind of lean back up. So you and your buddy are gonna be able to learn pretty well together. Similar weapon styles, huh?
I think so.
Yeah, I think this can work. Yeah. You're starting to notice as he nods more and more, he's starting to grin a little bit. This is gonna be good. I can train 2 new disciples.
Also, old man,
He turns on heel. Yeah, what's up, game board?
I have the blessing of 2 gods behind me.
Ah,
Not that it matters, but they're... You'll see during training.
he'll look you over. Just don't let it go to your head, Sonny. You're not the only one running around with 2 or 3 blessings. He slow deadpans to Estrid.
Which has 7.
Then looks back to you, Shogi. Just remember, the gods are powerful, but can't rely on them down in the dungeon too much.
I am also just a frog in a well looking upwards.
Good. You know your place already. Don't worry, by the end of it, you'll be crawling out of the well, hopefully. Now, Momo! He kind of claps his hands together. Prep for tomorrow morning, early. She just looks dead inside at that statement. Are you sure, Master? They'll just be... I know. I said what I said for a reason. Very well. And she'll step off to go get some things readied. Now then. He'll slowly look over to you, Hitako. You sure you don't want to learn how to use a sword?
I actually know how.
Ah.
I just don't like using them.
So you wouldn't be interested in any of the defensive styles I know either, would you?
Nope.
Yeah, very well. I'll let you know when my friend is in town again. He'll teach you how to...
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
He'll teach you a number of things. And he'll step off. Feel free to leave the tea set out. Momo will get it later. Drink as much as you'd like of it. As he'll step in and seemingly disappear into the dojo.
Is there any patches or any gi that we would have to wear at all times under the guidance of this dojo?
Estrid looks over to you. Probably not. He's fairly informal in that aspect, but the training will be hard.
The harder the rock, the shinier it gets under the pressure.
Oh god, you sound just like him. You will fit in here.
I am a man with many idioms.
Holy fuck, that guy's old.
Welcome back.
That guy's really old now.
Welcome back, at least. Oh, you're a man with many idioms and a man with many idiots.
Jeez. He's super old. Can't wait for Khalees to meet him. Do I know you?
Alright, let's take our leave and go back to the arena then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, she's gonna finish her tea before she leaves.
Estrid
And
will
try to clean
take a
things
final
up
sip
as
as
best
well.
as she can for Momo.
Shogi
Okay.
will leave a note and saying we'll be here at 7 in the morning.
Wow, that's late.
Wait,
What time of year is it? Oh no, it's fall. Okay.
7 in the
so-
morning? Is that like
Yeah.
before or after sunup?
After.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Could be before sunup. I mean,
I mean,
is there
Over here in
daylight
Colorado.
savings?
No,
No,
they do
daylight-
not practice daylight savings in Abkhazia because daylight savings is stupid.
okay.
Complicated
Then
relationship
it
with
would be
stupidity and
right at about
people.
sunup.
I might be a little late.
Okay.
Just warning. Being late equals more training.
Looks away.
Is there something I can help with, Morse?
No, I just don't like waking up before dawn.
The only thing you could probably help with is helping out hangovers after tonight.
Oh, were you planning on drinking too?
Lots.
Good. I'm not helping you. Let's go.
Togi kind of just sighs deeply and just walks.
Oh god, that was great.
It can be a bit mean for a healer.
Oh, level of sass. Off the charts. That profile, that image just says it all.
That's
And then cutting back to... Jonathan or Khalees first? Who wants the one on the 1d2 that's
Let's see.
almost certainly going to be rolled?
It's obviously, God said left. It's obviously
God
me.
said left.
God said left,
Need
it's
that on a
Khalees. So Khalees, as you're wandering through the Arcana district,
Has memories of the days back before gone. Yeah, I look
as you're recollecting, you watch as a potion flies within inches in front of your face, hits the wall next to you, and you can hear the
Can I grab
sizzling
it?
of acid.
Oh, that's acid. Hey, stop it. Why
As you
pop
say that,
potions
3
like-
more vials come flying from various different directions,
yeah,
and
you
you
like
and you're like Neo Matrix dodging, destroying your skeletal structure over and over to avoid them.
I was going to say either that or fucking doing like the quick draw fire at all 3. I'm the sheriff in this town. Where's the Archmage? Like you're walking around.
As you're
screaming.
traveling about, roll a intelligence check to see if you can figure out where the Archmage may well be.
Ah, fuck. Shit. That's not good. Uh,
You're looking around. There's a giant floating rock in the sky. There's several towers in the distance. And there's a
Probably floating
lot of
rock.
tall buildings that look like they've got lots and lots of fucking books in them.
okay, probably the floating rock, but I don't know how to get. Better yet, there's obviously people around. Let me fucking grab one. Let me ask.
As you are looking around, you see a man who is looking very disheveled but very happy, seemingly walking away from the north side of the entirety of the Arcana district and heading towards a taller building just under the
you.
giant rock. As you yell out to him, "Who, me?"
Yeah, you. Yeah, you. I walk up to him. Yeah, I got a question. Where the hell's the Archmage?
As you approach him, you notice that he has 8 tails and fox
Oh, cool.
ears. Oh,
Yeah, where's the Archmage?
the Archmage. She won't be in this area. She's currently out celebrating with a bunch of other people for the festival. But
Where? Who?
well, later on in the day, all of the kitsune in the city that we are aware of will be on the city green.
Yeah, see, there's just one thing. I have a very important thing to deliver to her immediately.
Well,
Or-
unfortunately, you're going to have to go looking through the whole city if you want to find her right now. It's easier just to meet up with her later.
What do you mean, like later? If fucking thinks the sister thinks about it. Where will she be later?
City green with a large gathering of kitsune. She's one of the few with 9 tails, and I will likely be near her as I'm one of her apprentices.
Wait, she's a kitsune?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic! That's another one I know. Now I'm going to find out who the Archmage is. Wait a sec. How long has she been the Archmage?
Oh, well, if we're talking... not... at least a century by now, I think.
When I roll my remembrance check. Yeah, 1 century, baby! I don't know. What check do I roll?
That is a history check.
I have rolled shit all day.
Man, you do remember an Archmage back in the day. She had really pretty, like, silvery grayish hair all over for, like, and it was all long and stuff, and she did carry a spell book. You also remember, though, that she was really youthful. She was, like, claimed as a genius or something. I'm trying to remember. You can't quite place it on the name.
It's on the tip of my tongue. What's her name?
Oh, her name. Mahokia Yano. She's the Archmage. She's also the headmistress of the Magical Academy. And he points up to the floating rock that has a large structure atop of it.
Oh, that was cool. Well, this is going to suck. Well, also, disheveled man, I need to know more. Like, what is your name?
Oh, my name is Hato Demir.
Cool, my name is Khalees. Now I formally met you. Now, if I die in the next few days, know that it wasn't me. The fucking walks away.
He kind of raises an eyebrow and starts looking around. You notice him mutter something under his breath and look about. And then he kind of shakes it off and just goes back to what he was doing.
Yeah, I'm going to, since there's no way I can find the Archmage without, like, directly asking Astrid, so I'll just go back to... I know they're going to be at the tournament, so I'll just go there.
And then finally, Jonathan Tucker, walking into the Church of the Lights.
And this is where Jonathan Tucker died.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Jonathan Tucker, are you there?
With me, you have to rhyme it.
Oh shit! I'm muted. Sorry, forgot about that. Hello. Yes, that was why you weren't responding. I think I was. All right.
Nodders.
Yeah. What does the light church look like?
So, the Lights Church. Give me one moment. So,
I mean, you can just describe its door if you want.
as you approach the Shrine of Light, the massive marble structure is almost radiant. It has a certain aura about it that just seems to light up the area around it. In the literal sense, as you walk in, it seems to get brighter and brighter as you come closer and closer.
Do I feel anything about this?
You definitely get a sense of awe and a little bit of almost a feel of divinity pouring from it.
Jonathan is going to knock on the door.
As you approach the massive cathedral, the door is open.
Hello? Jonathan looks at the door and sees that anybody to talk to.
A half-orc man with a gentle smile and kind eyes slowly walks towards you.
Welcome, child, to the Church of the Lights. How may I assist you on this fine, glorious day?
I have something to deliver to the head archpriest of the lights.
Ah, you speak to him now, my dear child. Tell me, my little lamb, what is it you have bought for me?
What is it that Cleese gave me again? Because I don't actually remember what it was.
It is a
Envelope.
parchment that has been sealed with a wax stamp.
Jonathan is going to pick up the parchment. I have a parchment that's sealed by a wax stamp, and I got it in exchange for this. Jonathan lifts up his fucking obsidian longsword. It's
Oh
cool.
my god.
Yeah, anyway, here you go.
He takes the parchment and slowly unravels it in a very gentle manner, leaving the wax seal entirely intact as he begins reading it.
Ah, very good, very good.
Good progress on this front. And he'll wrap it back up and place it within one of his long sleeves. Now, my child, is there anything else you seek on this fine, fine day?
Yeah, I wanted confirmation about something. Jonathan kind of just scratches his cheek. Are you guys going to kill me?
Kill you? Why would we kill you? Are you a heretic of some kind?
Jonathan kind of points to himself. Dampier, I think? I don't know. Everybody's saying that, like... Well, my friend is saying that you probably don't like me.
Oh, don't worry about such frivolities, child, as long as you're not aligned with the dark god and opposed to the forces of good. We have no reason to harm you.
I believe I follow a relatively moral, uprighteous god. He isn't part of the lights, but I don't think he's evil. Jonathan rubs the back of his head.
Roll a deception check.
Well, Jonathan... Okay.
I mean, he spends his days protecting the universe. I wouldn't consider him wholly evil right now either.
Wait, how does... 28. Oh, that's a plus 9.
You got it. Yeah.
The thing is, Jonathan isn't lying. That's what he honestly believes. But, like... they probably could tell that he might be misunderstanding.
He looks you over, and I'll put a very gentle hand on your shoulder. It feels almost warm. It kind of
It'd be
fills
weird if
that
it was
lonely gap that's in your heart for a moment. My poor, poor child. You've been deceived. What you currently follow is dark, brooding, and horrible for you.
Italians, none of those things. Jonathan stops talking for a second and just like, sorry, I did not mean to raise my voice. I am. Jonathan kind of.
No worries, child. Would you like to come back here and maybe sit for some tea and maybe some light delicacies and the like with me one day?
Even some smiting.
Yes, I would love to, but with all due respect, as someone born of his blessing, I don't intend to change my aligned deity, but I'm more than willing to talk to you about such matters if you want up to. Jonathan feels very socially awkward at this moment.
He'll kind of place the other hand atop your head, and it still has that same warm, almost parent-like feeling. Do not worry, child. I won't change you by force. I simply wish to have a conversation with you.
I would love a conversation, good sir.
And he'll take his hands back.
But are there any members of the Lights that would not like me?
Well, I can't say that every member of the Lights is spoken for by me, but certainly there are gods who would happily speak with you and bequeath you the powers of their faith and the like. All you need do is reach out and ask.
Would that be betraying Talion to ask for God's blessing? Jonathan kind of scratches the side of his head.
I know not the answer to that. Only you in your heart of hearts can truly answer such a thing.
Jonathan nods. Yes, of course. I just have a difficult fight, and I doubt Talion would give me his blessing, so I'm thinking of asking... Jonathan just looks slightly internally confused about his action. I think I should probably just go back to the fight. I will see.
If you seek glory in battle, perhaps Tyr might show you some favor. Or perhaps Gambit as well.
Jonathan ponders for a second. I suppose in a battle, Talion is not exactly a divine being of a particular aspect. I suppose asking for Tyr's blessing in a fight would not be too bad. Jonathan rubs the back of his head. He is very, very much unsure of himself. Could I roll a religion check to see how mad Talion would be about this? Is the guess?
Yes, you can try to roll a religion check to estimate that.
Wow! Wow!
You've got absolutely no clue.
Jonathan thinks for a second. Well, this has been a good talk. I will come back and talk to you at another time, of course. Jonathan feels his sins creeping down his spine as he would he's put his hands behind his back and leave the Lights Church very awkwardly. Thank you for the conversation.
Not a problem, my child. Feel free to come back whenever you so see fit.
Jonathan is going to go through the lights, go back. Does he see anything on his way back, or no?
Through the old city district? One moment, please. Let's see. Pass through there, so that would be that. Old city district. Where are you? There you are. As you're passing through, you pass through the Tunnel of Tribulations. A tunnel carved long ago to pay homage to the many trials and struggles of the heroes of the past. The walls depict a number of sacrifices and challenges that adventurers over the years have faced and overcome, with only a mere quarter of the tunnel still being done, and 3/4 remaining for the stories to be written in the future.
Jonathan is gonna kind of eye over some. Can I look for one of the more impressive ones? Just skim them over.
Yes. So you can pick a time period between the War of Argus and now. It goes by hundreds of years for every 10 feet.
Okay, so how many hundreds of years am I working with here?
You're working with about 3,000 years in total.
I'm going to go to the first one.
As you observe the first of the many large plates of metal, rock, and gems glittering. You are currently viewing the origin of Argus, that which happened before the War of Argus itself. You see a depiction of a massive open hole within the earth, springing devils, beasts, and monsters forth as brave warriors sacrifice themselves to defend the innocent civilians and do all that they can to prevent the monsters from overtaking everything. And you watch as you continue along, as the beasts slowly begin to dominate the entire continent, slaying heroes and beings all round, until eventually nothing except for the Karachi Eye region would have been left, safe and habitable by normal people, while monsters ruled the rest of Ionad.
Is this the story of the hero?
This specifically is the story of what happened before the War of Argus.
Okay.
This is the quote-unquote prelude to it, as the monsters took over the entirety of the continent, basically.
Jonathan is going to scroll over to the next part.
As you continue walking forward, the depiction changes as you see a mighty king whose face is not visible, holding a blade and leading a charge into battle against the monsters, holding them at bay, retaining what little land remained for those of the children of the gods, and defending it with all that they could.
Interesting. Jonathan is going to keep going on this base. Just a couple more, though, and he's going to probably have to leave, getting about time.
As you approach the next one, there is no visual mention of monsters, but rather there is a man on horseback wielding a polearm, leading a force into a village, where they find a single child and a gargantuan scorched crater leading from where the child had collapsed, with a small tome disintegrating next to them.
I take it Jonathan knows what tome this is, or does he? Or what?
You would know this as the first and only known divine grimoire to date, and the panel you are gazing upon is the tale of when the hero was first born. Or rather, found, to be more precise. Their village having been annihilated by some monsters, and in a desperate plea, they opened the grimoire and gained an unfathomable power, and used it to defend themselves, until help had arrived, and found a mere child sitting there.
Jonathan is gonna go. Jonathan is going to leave it at that and potentially come back to this later. He's going to go to the meetup.
As you're going through the rest of the tunnel, roll perception check.
Okay.
You don't notice anything.
Fuck. Alrighty, I'm back.
As you arrive back and meet up with the rest of your group, are you all ready to go to the fight pit, or would you like to RP a little above ground?
I think we're all ready.
Jonathan shows everybody his longsword. Guys, look what I got. Jonathan,
I sense anything off of it. The sword. Jersey.
Yep, I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
setting it all up.
longsword.
I'm not going to make that joke.
You and me both.
My
Okay.
Tuesday group is like corrupting me again. I used to make all the sex jokes and just kind of stopped as I got older, and then yeah, my Tuesday group is making it worse.
Long sword, more like my long sword. Oh.
Oh no, I'm predatory with it. I'll give you my long sword.
Ooh, woo.
Oh well.
How do you feel about rope?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay.
I'm so glad.
Great. Jonathan is canonically a sadomasochist to none of your guys' know-how.
And a nymphomaniac.
Jonathan is basically everything.
Man.
Khalees,
He's
you're
a wet
already
dream
assuming the
personified.
position.
Let me just.
Boom, the position.
Hey, what's the bet? Oh, I'm gonna bet real quick.
Clench
Bet
the
against him.
tongs.
Wait a second.
Yep.
I have no money.
Oh, yeah.
You
I
Two gold
do.
on Moors.
La 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 la.
2
On
gold
me?
on Moors. Yeah.
God,
Two
you're losing
gold.
that shit unless I get like a lucky crit and a half.
So,
Yeah, 2 gold on Moors.
2 gold, two gold, only 2.
I spent all of my money on this. I pulled the bag of holding and the obsidian longsword.
Ah,
Poor economic choices.
so, honey, have you considered making better financial decisions in your life?
You got a
I-
guaranteed win with Khalees. You can get
Not-
4 gold.
Not really. All I know is that this obsidian longsword, now that I'm looking at it more, is just as good as my katana. Like, it's basically the exact same.
Yeah.
But, like, way more expensive.
So, honey, I will say this, because the odds are so stacked against your friend, you will make a good chunk if this goes through, but you're gonna lose this money, basically. You know that, right?
I mean, it's 2 gold. Who cares?
She'll take the gold. If you win, you get
Dude,
100.
what are the odds?
51. Not.
Oh my god, you're gonna make 100 gold off of this shit if I actually win.
I have so much betting on this, Moors, you have no idea.
Bro, that's 100 gold off of 2. This shit's crazy.
Is that okay? So Khalees versus Senpai is first.
Oh,
Yep.
that
Well,
one.
that's just-
Oh, that one's gonna be a murder. I'd highly suggest betting on the senpai over the sludge man.
100 on
What
the
is his
Senpai.
name, anyways?
100
Like,
on the
it can't-
senpai, good girl. You know what you're doing. She'll take the.
100 on the Senpai.
She'll take all 100, and you'll get 150
making-
back.
Wait, 150? Why?
Because some idiot came in and bet a shit ton of money on your friend, and he's gonna lose all that money.
Oh god, no!
Wait,
No!
who put money on him?
Senpai.
God.
Anyway, yeah.
That wasn't so
Uh,
funny.
So, yeah. What is the name of that guy, that senpai guy, anyways?
I
They
cannot
don't
reveal
know.
information on other contestants, as it could lead to revenge and other such things being plotted by losers.
You know what?
Really now? Jonathan leans on the table. Not even for me.
Put 2 on Cali Boy over there.
2 on Khalees.
Yeah. just 2. Just 2.
Something's wrong with the
Alrighty, if he
force.
manages to somehow win, you'll be winning 200. Cause, oh
Woo!
boy. Oh boy.
Well,
And she'll-
I mean, at those odds, like, yeah.
Put 100 on Senpai and 2 on Khalees, and you make more off of Khalees.
Exactly. That's why I did it.
No matter what, you're making bank.
I make it bank.
Dude, I'm half tempted for Kalisa Senpai to throw the match, and it turns out that he betted through a proxy to get all the money.
Dude.
No, I know exactly who betted, and I know that I got
I
put
would-
into a very
Happy.
bad situation.
But here's the good part. You don't even know somebody bet on you.
I don't. That's the best part.
But yeah, Jonathan
God.
is leaning over the counter, trying to seduce her with his amazing seducing skills.
As you start trying to come on to her, she'll start going at you.
Jonathan.
So, you got some nice looking muscles, buddy. She'll kind of like press up against the grate.
Jonathan flexes and pressed up against the grate too.
Ah,
Okay.
This is the.
You
got
know,
some free information.
Chairs.
your other buddy didn't like my didn't like me very much, but you know, a lonely lady going home alone at night just ain't right, you know.
Yeah, I get you. I understand.
So,
of abandoned Estrid.
how's about around 1 o'clock when this place fully closes up? You come along and we'll go have some fun, you know?
Jonathan thinks about it. I'm broke. I will not be able to buy anything.
Don't worry about that, honey. Don't worry about that. I know a nice
Jonathan
little
thinks-
place. And as you're having a conversation with her, you could just feel everybody else sees Estrid just brooding over in the corner, staring death into Jonathan's back without him noticing.
Jonathan is going to sense that Jonathan is going to be like... Jonathan in his head is going to be like, maybe I want to be monogamous for once. As he flips upside down. I'm sorry, Thought, but I have other plans.
Be gone!
Be gone!
What? Oh, I can't do that with a choker on, Jesus.
Begone, thought!
I have a necklace on, and yeah.
I thought your
Normal choker. Normal choker.
No.
Normal
I
thing.
thought your character had one, and I was like, wait, she does?
I mean, no, she just has
You have the
like
little turtleneck. I thought that was the
turtleneck,
character.
yeah.
Don't worry, it's time to die. Ah.
Dude,
Aye,
why is there a
time to
chair
die.
right here? At Jersey, why is there a chair right here?
because fuck you. That's why.
Because there's a chair there. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, hello,
Don't hurt him
Khaleesi's
too hard,
friends. I'm going to murder him in that ring.
Good.
Hey, mate, you see my new sword? Jonathan lifts up his sword.
Oh.
It's cool.
Why? What?
That looks like a nice sword, friend.
These people.
Jonathan lifts it up, covered in cloth.
He looks at it. So what's it do?
I'm not quite sure.
Where'd you get it?
I believe it rots people.
Oh, so it won't affect me, so I don't care anymore. Bye!
See ya.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Oh,
Go into falsetto. Bye.
Easy.
whew. All I need to do. Rubbing his hands.
Go, Khalees, I believe in you!
Can he hear us from up here? Can Khalees hear us?
Yes, Khalees would be able to hear you from up there.
I've got 2 gold on you.
Oh, thank you.
I bet
do
200.
get my short rest spells back, right?
Yes, you would have your short rest spells back.
Okay.
Oh yeah, shit, I need a short rest.
By the way, do we get like healed when we leave the ring?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I would have the 1 heal. And short rest.
Congratulations, Morris. It's a health point.
Single health, but hey, sometimes it matters. Especially when I only have 18.
So, Khalees, as you step into the ring, you see Senpai across from you with that
I do, but-
beautiful smile.
I'm looking for the other one that I know should be here.
As you're looking up around the ring, it doesn't take you long.
I see him.
Frode is sitting there with the smirk of a devil.
Okay. He's like, oh. Oh! Is that what this thing's for?
No, Frode is hiding in the shadows. You can see him, but he looks like he's hiding from everybody else.
Okay. I'll fucking crack his knuckles. Okay. I got this. I don't got this, but I got this. Okay, so it's my turn.
So, Khalees,
So give
you
me
will
the
be up
announcement.
first because you do outrange your senpai.
I'm like, take this, bitch! Fuck him! I fucking fire one. Oh, I fucking run.
Hard at my senpai.
Climbing this thing. I don't know how far I get up though.
As you're about halfway up the ladder, the shot that rings out against the iron grating, Senpai is happy. He's gonna just start slowly walking towards you, and then he will dash up to meet you up top.
Okay, my turn. Fucking fire another one. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my god! This is going better than I thought it
Wavering
would.
shit. He's like, he fucking fires a shot. Oh no! Fucking goes back down the ladder.
You watch as your senpai laughing. Come on, Khalees. It's time for playtime. And you will watch as your senpai activates his form of dread and becomes a unfurled, clogging, slimy mess as his claws extend forth, and that single eye with a wide open maw of vile red and black teeth, sharp enough to pierce through almost anything, opens up, a form that you are all too aware of as you hear the battle cry he lets out.
I'm very sad right now. Yeah, so can I see him?
Yeah, you can see him from there, and he's fucking beelining for it. The shot,
I miss.
the shot hits him, and it just does nothing. It just looks like it gets absorbed into his form as it's pulsating violently.
I'm gonna fucking run this
God,
way.
Khalees is not rolling high.
I am rolling garbage.
I don't think it would matter.
Where do you? I'm like,
To be
okay.
fair, if he hit every single one of these attacks, he'd be down about a third of his health.
I would, but man, I can't hit for nothing.
Wait, you're both immune to the frightened condition.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Correct, he's got form
I'm
of dread.
immune
You
to
don't have
my
yours
form
on
of
at the
dread.
moment.
Oh.
I do not have one.
Oh shit.
Zoop! Your senpai's next to you, Khalees. And he's going to try and grapple you. So,
No, I have one! That's not a bonus! Wait, no!
so he has to make an athletics check, and you need to make a athletics or acrobatics check of your choice.
Oh, that's a plus 11.
Oh god! I mean,
As he teleports next to you, Khalees,
Oh my
he
lord.
opens his massive arms and just clamps down on you with one of them. As you see that jagged maw above you.
I cast Bane on him.
Okie dokie.
I know he's going to save, but maybe in one life he rolls in that one. No.
Not in this life.
Well, that
Why do you
was
keep
easy.
rolling 18s?
That's a great question. Well, that was easy, Khalees. Now I get to finally.
He's like, oh fuck it. No more bonus action. Going to.
So, Senpai's just gonna start, flinging Khalees around like a rag doll by his leg. He grabs your leg with the other arm and just starts swinging you around like Loki from the scene with Hulk. So,
Is this
I'm
two
guessing
attacks or one?
it is 2 attacks. That is the first of 2, and I believe that is a miss, so you manage to avoid the damage significantly by slapping out.
And then, obviously, I
And
think
then the next
second
one
fucking
comes.
destroys me. Wait.
That's a miss too.
He misses! Whoa!
He's starting to get annoyed that you're not dying fast enough, Khalees.
Hiko has her eyes closed and her ears flattened down to her head.
Why won't you die?
Jonathan is cheering for Khalees.
I'm gonna try to get out with my acrobatics. Oh, fuck!
We could roll 1.
He could roll 1, that is always a possibility.
Man.
Yeah,
He did
that's
not
what it
roll a
is.
1.
Man.
Man.
No!
Khalees, as you try to pry yourself loose and drag yourself away, the arm just clenches down harder.
What? No! No, he's not going to just fucking do 1 damage to me and destroy my entire existence after 17 rounds. No! Yes, I think that's, do I get like a free action of doing that? And I still have something else or no?
Yeah,
that
you can
shit's
still
okay.
try to break out again with your action.
Okay. What I'm going to do, can I do the mold earth thing to try to put like fucking earth in between us?
Yes, you can certainly try.
Oh,
Ooh.
oh, the earth.
As you bring the earth up around you and try to encase yourself, Senpai's looking rather irate, as he's got his hand still clenched on you, but the earth is pulling him in.
This
Ah,
is a new trick, Khalees. A good one, but not good enough.
well, hey, give me one more second. I'll make it very good. Ah, no.
Well, yeah, that's all I can do currently.
He's just
Man.
gonna get you with the claw again, and this time he reaches in, grabs you on the chest, and just starts dragging through the dirt.
He does 6 damage, is what I'm guessing.
Yes, he
It's
does
not the
6 damage
two-handed.
to you as the claws rend into your form.
Go fuck yourself.
I'm gonna activate Hellish Rebuke.
As you activate Hellish Rebuke, go for it.
I don't have the macro yet, so I just wanna fucking. It's a DC 14 dex save, I'm pretty sure. I just
Don't
gotta
have a
grab the.
macro.
I don't, because I forgot.
He's
You
passing
missed
that.
that.
Fine. It's 2d6 fire damage, so.
He gets a 19, so he passes and takes half.
Wait, no, not 2d6. 2d10 fire damage. 2d10. No, 10.
Yeet.
So he takes 4.
Ah, gotcha. Oh no.
You
He
got
takes-
a nat 1 on one of them.
You light
Yeah,
Senpai on
cool.
fire. Senpai gives no fucks.
Ah.
Yes. What's his, so he has I'm pretty sure he has another attack. It's going to be great.
Yep. With Senpai dragging you out, he's just gonna claw into you again, dealing 8 damage to you, with that claw rending across your form.
Come on,
Okay.
get out here and die like a man.
I'm gonna try to, for my full turn, pretty much to double mold Earth to try to get away. And then
Khalees is just
try to
screaming, trying to put a wall between him.
Ah! No.
As you bring up the mold earth, you manage to put a small barrier between you and Senpai. The question is, will it hold?
Oh,
I
dear.
can move.
Yep, run away as fast as you can.
I run up here. I'm climbing on the stairs.
As you're climbing up the ladder, Senpai just looks amused. Looks up to where you're about to be. Is that the end of your turn?
I'm still on the ladder, I'm pretty sure, because I don't have enough room.
Yeah, you'd still be on the ladder, but Senpai wants to make you feel doomed.
Yeah, that's, I end my turn.
As you end your turn, Senpai looks over to where you're about to be.
Running away, just like always.
He's on top of the ladder, and he starts descending towards you, crawling like some kind of horrific monster.
Oh god. Is that the
Oh,
end of his
boy.
turn?
Yep, that's the end of his turn. He's having fun.
Yeah, I'm going back now. I'm climbing up. I see it. And then I fucking dash. Ah!
So that's, how much feet did I move?
If you would have dropped off, I would have only counted that as 5 feet, but you would also take fall
Okay.
damage.
No, I can't take fall damage, I have to walk down.
Then you would have
because I'll
moved
die.
15 feet.
15, so that means I move 45. No, yeah, 45. Ah, yeah, I fucking run away. Can I get behind this rock or no? From where I was.
From where you were, yeah, you could get behind it and try and take cover behind it.
Oh, I take cover.
Khalees, as you do that, Senpai just smiles and slowly begins to stalk along the side. And Senpai is going to Eldritch Blast you. You have half cover, which would be, what, plus 2 AC or plus 5?
2.
Plus 2. So Khalees' AC is
16.
16, so that would be 18.
No,
His
Uh,
AC is now
he's gonna-
16.
He's gonna hit me. No, not my full cover. I get annihilated. Wait, no, I should have laid down on the floor. Give him disadvantage.
Oh, he
but
got 2 beams. You get 2 beams.
Two massive
shoots me in my
tendrils of sludge rip from Senpai's form, trying to grasp at you, Khalees. As the first one hits, you are knocked unconscious and flung towards Senpai 10 feet.
fucking. Ah!
And then you go unconscious. As the second one, Senpai holds back on, realizing you've gone unconscious.
I don't believe that. I believe he shoots me.
Well, he does still shoot you. He just shot to the side, because he's not allowed to kill you here.
Well, I wouldn't die. I'd get 2 death saving throws.
1. It's not a crit.
Oh. I wouldn't die.
Well,
I go to sleep. Don't worry. I'm joking. I want him to shoot me. I'm just fucking just slinking into the ground.
Like a puddle. Then Senpai will hop down, and he
Fucking
will
give me
pick you
medicine.
up in his arms and just give you a nice tight hug. Good work, Khalees. You did exactly what I told
I fucking. Yeah, I just like fucking. Fucking still knocked out.
man.
As the medical come in and being very careful around Senpai because he looks fucking terrifying. We'll just kind of like come over here and start healing you up to full.
Just start fucking running. No!
As Senpai will slowly drop out of the form and return to his muscle halfling state. Well, that was fun, Khalees. We should do that more often.
No! I mean, man, imagine if I actually hit any Eldritch Blast shots, I actually could have gotten less than half.
Now, Khalees, we should do this more often, don't you agree?
Fucking looked at Freud.
Frode is gone. You don't know where the fuck he went.
Yes. No, it's fucking.
Oh,
saying
good. I'll
yes to
sign you up
shaking
for the
my
next
head.
one, too, then. I'll ask Frode for permission to be your
That's
guardian
a
for the
whole
day.
another year away.
No, there's more festivals than just this one.
Wait, what?
Come on, you have to remember that. There's a spring festival as well, for bringing in the new year, and there's also a wonderful... Wait, where you go? Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running?
What are you?
They're fucking.
Alright, well, I guess it's time for the rest of our getting your ass beaten competitions.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
The ass beating championship of the world. Who gets
Really
their
quick.
ass beat the fastest?
With the betting, I gave 102, and I now have gained 150.
Yes.
So you're
You
up to
gained
100.
50 gold.
So you netted 148.
So far.
I'm next, right?
That is correct.
Jonathan is
Oh.
going to sigh loudly and go through the gates, and he's going to have his obsidian longsword, and say, Ascarte.
As
As
the
the-
silk comes off of the blade. I see you over there. I see you over there, Hitako. So, good betting. She'll slide over the 150 gold. Good work. So, who you betting on next? Charms or your buddy?
Let's see. Let's do 50 on Charms, 2 on the boy.
2 on the boy, that'll net you 100 if he wins. And 50 on Charms, that'll get you 75 if he wins.
Sure.
She'll take all the money over. You're a good better, unlike your buddy who's currently about to get his ass handed to him in the ring.
I had a good teacher.
Good, good. She'll kind of slide back onto her
Thanks.
seat.
So, Charms. I was thinking of trying something underhanded, something clever. Instead, I think I'm just going to try and stab you.
The Knight of Charms will kind of look like, wait, what? You were going to try something underhanded.
It
I can't
involved-
exactly blame you, but I intend to make this
no-
a fair match to some degree.
Well, this isn't a fair match, Knight of Charms. Nothing I could do could make this fair.
Well, I was going to go easy on you for a bit, and I still intend to.
Fair enough. I intend to do nothing dishonorable, surprising enough. In fact, I only intend to use this new sword I got.
Ah, a fine-looking blade. Let's see what you're able to do. So,
Jonathan,
what is your dexterity bonus? Because you are both using similar weaponry.
I believe it's a 1.
A 1, he beats you.
Yeah, no surprise.
He will dash straight for you, covering as much distance as possible to get straight into it.
Sorry, I needed to snap it good. Jonathan is going to do the same.
70.
70, yeah. On guard, my dear.
The Knight of Charms will brandish Windvane with one hand, as a true duelist would. And he will begin to circle around you.
God.
Jonathan, because he respects the dueling, despite not being very good at it, is going to one-hand his longsword. Despite being a two-handed weapon guy.
Nodders.
I'm quite shit at one hand, but I suppose I for the competition.
Oh, nonsense. Use both. It will give you a little bit better of a chance against me.
Alright, if you say so. Jonathan uses both now. So wait,
I was
is
going to
it,
hold back, but now I no longer do.
is it my turn, or is he still doing something?
It is your turn now. He's giving you the initiative
Jon-
on this.
Jonathan is going to go forth and strike him with a two-hander.
Does that hit?
Ooh, that's
Yeah, it
nasty,
hits.
Dan. That's pretty. Ooh.
You swing down on the Knight of Charms, and he takes your blade in stride. But you notice as he didn't quite assume that the footing was going to be as bad as it was, and he kind of crumples for a moment under the weight of your blow.
And he's going to action surge and do it again.
Got it, got it, got it.
This one misses,
Oh.
though.
That would have been nasty.
Realizing his
Yeah.
first mistake, he deftly parries your sword away, preparing for his own counterattack.
Damn.
Khalees, I'm doing better than
Fine
you already.
swordsmanship, friend. But alas, you're going to have to cover the skill gap quite a bit better than that, as he will take one quick swipe with Windvane at you. Does
So,
he-
it misses.
Miss.
You deftly dodge out of the way, seeing the blow. It does appear, though, that he's not quite putting everything into that swing.
Except it would have pretty much knocked him out.
Good showing. Jonathan is going to... Holy shit, that does a lot of damage. Jonathan is going to grab his Obsidian Longsword and try and make another swipe. That exactly hits his AC, I believe.
Ternier leans into the blow, as though getting ready to do something in return. That's physical. And Ternier is going to bring in a swift counterattack with Green Flame Blade.
That misses too.
Woo! I can get these on mine before.
Jonathan, using your quick wit, you manage to parry the blow over you while ducking down to avoid the wreathing fire trailing behind his sword. It's your turn.
Alrighty. Damn it.
As you go in for a quick lunging attack, the Knight of Charms deftly sidesteps it and parries with the pommel of his sword, preparing for another counterattack. It has been a while since I've had such a fun duel.
It's been a while since I've been so comically outmatched.
It's been a while since I've been able to dodge.
You're doing quite well, all things considered.
Thank you.
Except for the not 20.
And then he will come in with a deft undercut, lashing into your side, which you barely manage to hold back on, and you can feel the blade biting into your leg slightly.
God, fuck. He reads in pain as he takes 14 damage.
Yes.
Wound.
Chin up, chap. You can do this. You just have to go a little bit longer. And you've done quite well so far. No warrior would dare mock you for your performance here.
Jonathan grits his teeth and does second win, 12 HP.
Good shit.
Jonathan
That's the
stands
spirit.
Jonathan
Deep
is going to
breathing.
grab his obsidian longsword and swing again. Ah, fuck.
Oh,
They
fuck.
rolled a 10 on the D10.
The Knight of Charms will parry your blade off. Come now, don't let the heat of battle take you. Keep your mind and wits about you, or else you will lose. The Knight of Charms is then going to sidestep over here, and he is going to unleash Windvane once more in an attack upon you, ripping
15.
through with a cleaving strike.
God, I wish I used a shield right now.
Dude, shields are good.
Jonathan looks at him. Fuck, the next hit is gonna take me down. Jonathan holds his sword with all his might. And misses.
As
Gonna
you
bite him, man.
As you miss, he brings his sword up and sweeps under it, doing a swift and efficient foot movement, preparing for the strike. He watches his eyes go wide for a moment, and he is going to instead disengage and back off, as though having seen something.
What? Why did you do that?
His sword is still trained, but it looks as... It's in your direction, but it looks as though he's looking beyond you at something.
Jonathan is going to look behind him as well. Like, look where he's looking. What are
As you
looking
look
at?
behind you, you see a glowing golden portal, slipping a blade through it.
Jonathan gets new blade.
The
What is
glowing golden essence, the portal, and a red blade that seems to have an abnormally sharpened edge.
Is it just the blade?
No,
wait,
it is
what?
a
I'm sorry.
whole sword, and what is in front of you, you can thank Talion for.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Alien gave
John-
a sword.
Jonathan is going to run and get the sword. What sword is this?
That is a Vorpal sword.
Oh.
Oh, whoa, baby!
Oh.
What is
Seems like
that?
you can't hit with it.
Okay. Okay.
That sword does a lot of damage, and it's a +3 weapon.
Just crit with it.
And you have that for 1 minute.
Jonathan is going to healing potion up real quick. I believe he has one healing potion left.
Yes, that's what he should have.
Hey.
I will say this: if you
It heals
crit,
for
it
you.
goes over.
Just crit with
Jonathan-
it, forehead.
Jonathan is going to go back. Well, it appears that I have a gift from my god all of a sudden. Jonathan is wielding the Vorpal blade.
I'm going to be taking you seriously now that you're holding that. You are aware, right?
Just use
yes.
the longsword, I think, right?
Yes,
We're
it
good.
is a
Just-
Vorpal longsword.
Okay, just use your obsidian longsword. I don't want to make a new macro.
Yeah, +3 onto that.
Oh,
So
wait,
you have
I
a
can-
+9.
One moment. I can change that really quickly. There we go.
Yes.
We're good.
Jonathan is now feeling it. Jonathan looks to the sky and is like, Talion, I never should have doubted you. You are the greatest god.
Wait,
Okay.
did you heal your 8?
Yes, it auto heals.
Oh right. Oh my bad.
He was just really low.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jonathan moves up to here. All right, come at me.
This is why I am here.
Don't know if that's gonna matter. If Jonathan crits, this game's over.
No, I mean, like, you guys get really low really fast. Well, I
Oh,
do,
yeah.
but-
Terranir is going to step up to here, and you watch as his sword becomes wreathed in a violent twirling wind. Alas, my dear friend, that weapon is a threat, and I'm not going to take you lightly at this moment. And he is going to activate the Airblade feature of Windvane, which allows him to attack from 20 feet away. You watch as he comes cleaving down with... You watch as he comes cleaving down with the blade, and a burst of air, sharp and violent, rips forth from the tip of his blade right into you.
Damn.
So, Jonathan,
Damn it, Wyke. What's up?
as that blade impacts the Vorpal sword, as you try to block it, it cleaves through and dissipates the wind.
So I don't do. So nothing happens to me.
That is correct, but your reaction has been expended as something has seemed to guide your hands to that result.
Alrighty, so is it my turn now?
It's time to cleave him with the rock.
He's going to try for that again.
Oh shit, that one does hit, and that one knocks me out.
The second
go.
follow-up does knock you
Jeez.
down as the sword dissipates back into the portal.
Oh man.
Jonathan is slightly ashamed. He felt so good for a second there, but immediately flunked it.
You were this close to killing somebody.
You were this close, yes.
Terranir steps
Actually, no.
forward as the medic comes and
This
heals
close.
you.
75 HP left.
Fun fact, you actually
doesn't
probably would have
matter.
survived if you'd used the dodge action.
You're correct.
The 75 HP does not matter if he crits. He dies instantly.
Why?
What a Vorpal sword does
Vorpal
is
sword
if
is
you
insta-kill on
you
crit.
cut the head off of.
Oh, well,
You
that
cut the
good thing
head
I
off your
didn't crit,
opponent.
because I would have gotten arrested for that one.
If you crit somebody with a Vorpal sword, it cuts off their head as per the word Vorpal.
Jonathan like is trying to grab the sword, but it's gone now. Fuck.
Yes.
God damn it.
A fine battle, though. That weapon you held was rather concerning, Jonathan.
I mean, fucking,
What do you mean? What do you mean
Khalees,
concerning?
fuck.
There we go.
Do you know what a Vorpal sword does?
Not precisely. I just know it felt great to wield. It felt.
If you are lucky, or your opponent's very unlucky, you decapitate them.
Jonathan stares at him for a second. Well, good thing that didn't happen.
Damage to the.
Jonathan is kind of a little power drunk thanks to that Vorpal sword.
Yeah. It do that.
Things do be like that.
It
Don't pick up
It
strange
dooby-doo.
weapons, Jonathan. It will end badly for you.
That was a gift from my god. Woo!
Yes, and now the
Jonathan,
whole entire city knows who your god is and just how much favor you have with them. Be wary.
Where's the charms? You almost shit your pants.
Jonathan just laughing off his ass. Oh, that was glorious. That was glorious. Jonathan like pats him on the back. Good fight, good fight.
Terranir will walk out the other side of the arena.
One quick thing.
Yes?
I'm going to go up to Estrid real quick. What was that? Oh my god, I feel great.
Estrid looks at you. That, my dear little Jonathan, is the favor of Talion. And that is but a small fragment of the power that he wields.
Jonathan just rubs up his forehead. I don't think I'm going to be visiting the Lights Church, actually.
Very good. Acolyte of Talion, Jonathan Tucker. Has a nice ring to it.
It does have a nice ring to it. Whew. Jonathan is still like losing his shit on how powerful he felt for a second. Now that was something.
So then, somebody placed a bet.
I am up at 246 now. This is how she makes money.
Hands over the 75. Good job, honey. Good job. Good job. You're a good better.
Okay.
Now the next one, your eye friend, he's gonna get his head beaten in by this dude. I'm just gonna tell you this in advance. Krogmi is fucking scary. And I'm saying that behind an iron cage, you know? So if you want to place a bet, the odds right now for Krogmir, not too great on the return, but guaranteed almost. 1.2 to 1. However, if your buddy wins, 100 gold if you put in the 2, it's 50 to 1 for your friend, and it's gonna be a bloodbath.
I'll put in the 2 on Moors.
As you place the 2 down on Moors, and what about on the other guy?
Okay.
Okay, so if I were to put like 200 down.
200 times 1.2, 240. Net 238.
Well, net 38.
It might be good to put 4 down on Moors.
Well, only if I thought he was gonna win.
Hey, I got 3 spell slots.
Well, think about
Just
it like
gonna
this.
shake her head. Nah, just on Moors.
Ooh.
Okie dokie,
Ooh. Moors' time to shine and hopefully doesn't. Okay, let me just roll Eldritch Blast. Okay, good. I think the curse is gone. I'm no longer rolling fucking garbage.
Is my obsidian longsword fixed? Is it still
Yes,
the?
it is now
Okay.
a normal longsword.
Why is that not letting me grab him? There we go.
Moors
As you look across Moors, there is a hulking bear of a dwarf who's got a little bit of a madman's look in his eye as he's eyeing you. You're watching him crack his neck, his knuckles, and everything, and he's just he looks like he thinks this is a warm up.
Prove him wrong.
When you do like 40 damage.
Small man over there.
So you call him small.
You.
I just float up till I'm like an inch taller than him.
Oh, that's not fair. You can't just float up like that.
What, you can't fly?
I can't fly, but I can jump.
He jumps to the roof of this building.
It's a jumping, Roger Rabbit. Jesus.
Well, what you want?
You gonna give me a good fight or not?
Oh yeah, it'll be a good fight, all right. As I like continuously like crack my knuckles and stretching.
Good. All the fights up till now have been shit.
Okay.
If you don't give me a good fight, I'm punching you when you get back up. Got it?
What was that?
Same here.
Okie dokie. You've got range, so you outrange him. You go first.
Damn it.
Fly, Moors,
God damn
fly.
it. So fucking hard. It's so far away.
Just keep flying, Moors.
Just guiding bolt him. Well,
I have
then you
one
can't
of
combo.
like 3 strategies, and the best one that I have found is legit just dashing forward. But I kind of want to be like over here.
Technically, what you need is some Jonathan luck for all those missing, and you should be good.
Kind of want to be here. That's an action, by the way. Thanks. I hate being slow.
Ayy.
That is my turn, I believe, because I don't have anything else.
You watch as he unsheathes the big axe. The head of the axe is half of his size, and he's just wielding this thing over one shoulder, starting to march towards you. How far does he move? He moves that far. Wait. 45. He's just marching straight towards you, and as he gets to here, he is going to enter a rage. A frenzied rage.
Oh no, I don't like frenzy rages.
You watch as his mouth begins to foam a little bit, and his eyes go a little bit wrong, and his every single little vacuous vein on his body just hulks out. And he begins to shine like he's a sweaty fucking muscle man.
Just flies up to the frickin' bridge.
Okay, well, that tells me which strategy I'm going to do, and it's not the one that involves being in front of him.
Just fly upwards. Just keep flying up.
Yeah, what do you think I'm doing for my movement? That's not 151, I hit one place. There you go, 15 feet in the air. Straight up.
Wait. Oh, you're not close enough to him to fucking hit him with big boy stuff.
No, I am.
Well, I was gonna say guiding bolt into
Yeah,
your
no, guiding.
thing.
No, okay, I can't do Deathweaver shit unless I want to get within 5 feet of him, and I don't want to do that.
Wait, Deathweaver? I thought that was a range or melee.
No,
Oh, never mind. It was
that's a
changed.
melee. That's melee hit only. It hurt.
But Morris,
Okay,
why don't
but,
you want to play face to face with him?
It just
You know, I
sounds
could
like it's Toll
do.
the Dead.
Oh, yeah, but I kind of want to hit him first. Like, I want to deal him damage first before I do that. Also, kind of want him to get closer to me at the same time. That's why I'm flying up first. But I am going to. I don't get Heroes Epic sadly since it's already been one turn. Teardrop.
Goofers.
Very sad.
Would that
But,
be considered a boss fight for Moors?
No, it's not.
Is this a boss fight?
No.
Ah, damn. Okay, then I am just going to attempt to chill touch him. Man,
Oh,
that's. I rolled a 1 on that D8. I hit him.
Oh.
I rolled a 1. That's necrotic damage.
Oh, so it's just freaking 3.
Yeah, and he can't heal, which I don't know how useful that is. I dealt him 3 damage.
As you deal the damage to him, you watch as he kind of smirks. And he just clenches his fist and you hear all of his knuckles crack.
Okay. Okay. Come at me! That's my turn.
He looks at you. Come down here so I can beat your ass. He will get under you, and he is
Okay.
going to attempt to jump up at you.
Oh, great. I hate it.
Let's see. He's got.
That was a dash, right? Or am I?
No, that was his
No,
movement.
he has 40 units of movement.
Sadly, he's a dwarf with 40 feet of movement, and I'm sad. Very sad.
He got
Oh.
hops.
He may have enough hops for this.
Vertical
Athletic?
jump after running is 3 plus strength modifier.
3 plus strength.
Feet. So it's probably 8, but you know.
If he has a 5,
As he
then who
leaps
knows?
up, that wouldn't quite put him in. Would that? Yeah, this is why I fucking hate some things with 5e when it doesn't give like 5 feet references. He leaps up and sweeps at your feet with the great axe. And I'm gonna roll a D100 just to see if he can get up high enough and hit.
It is a great axe.
That is true.
It's a big weapon.
As he reaches up, he's going to make a reckless attack.
Great. Hey, I get advantage on my attacks against him. Thank God.
Oh, perfect. He
Yeah.
cannot go down and hit him with the big boy combo.
Ooh.
And then he is going to make one. Holy, that's a crit.
That's a crit. Oh. Okay, roll your d12. I might
Oh,
die.
he reaches. Oh no.
Oh, the +2 isn't added.
Oh, you have a. Don't you have a plus
18?
2?
Right, 18. That's 18. That's 20. I'm at 1. Thanks.
As he's trying to leap back up, he just can't. As he's expended a lot of energy doing that, and he's just like,
Wait.
He's raging, so it's +2. That's 20. I have ham, so it brings it down to 17. I'm at 1.
20 minus 3.
Get down here!
17. Didn't
have
you give yourself
noticed-
2
I
temporary
did.
though?
I did. I
So you
forgot.
did-
I'm
you're not
healing
kidding.
2. I have a lot of don't kill me energy. You know, I think my big boy is not happening today. Let's just back off a little.
Just fly up some
Just
more.
a
Just keep
little.
flying. Just keep
Just a
flying up.
little. Like fly another 10 feet in the air. That's
How-
wait.
How high is the
Okay.
ceiling on this?
It's
These
about
are 30 feet up.
Yeah,
so,
those are 30 feet up, and the ceiling is at about 80 feet.
I'm
Just
also gonna
keep
move
flying
to
up,
the
Morris.
side just so I have a visual representation. And then, ha ha ha, fancy time. Let's go.
That's a strength save DC.
He's advantage because he's raging.
2 not ones. Who knows?
Fuck.
Yeah, no.
That didn't do anything. That's an action.
As the hands start trying to grasp up around him, he just brings the great axe around, and you hear the cracking of bone.
And then that would work anyway. As I am just
Get down
up
here!
higher up.
He looks and sees that you're too high up. God, I'm half tempted to have him throw the fucking axe, even though it probably won't hit.
Even if it does, I'm dead. Let's just put it that way.
Needs to get an artificer to infuse it with return weapon.
True.
That shit is nice.
It's not a thrown weapon either.
You
it's
can
not
eat
normally-
anything if you have the right strength.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the thrown property, so you
There's
can't.
something small enough
sadly.
he can reasonably pick up and throw at you.
Huh.
I mean, there's tons of rubble.
Yeah, but the rubble's pretty big.
A rock.
But you see, that rock's too... Actually, wait.
He can't smack some rock off the rock.
That is true. He can go over and beat the rock up. Doot, doot, doot. You watch as he brings the axe down on the rock, cleaving a chunk off, leaving the axe embedded in the ground, picks up the rock.
You're welcome, Morse.
And he yeets the rock at you, and I'm guessing that misses.
Oh, that misses. I have a large AC because AC.
Moore's,
Shield.
you dodge out of the way using your shield as a wall to protect yourself. And then
Shield now
he's,
has a small dent in it.
and as you
Considering.
do that, he's going to use his frenzy attack to pick
Yeah.
up the axe and yeet.
Ah, great. I hate it.
So how are you
hate
gonna
it.
roll this one?
Oh, disadvantage. Hopefully, please.
Yeah, there is disadvantage on this because it's not meant to be used like that.
He could reckless.
No, he's fine. The axe gets
misses.
embedded on the side of the large pillar behind you.
I kind
As
of
he-
just look. Three of my eyes look at it.
As his rage
am sweating.
ends because he didn't.
No, he
get-
attacked me.
Oh yeah. Wait.
He attacked me.
Yeah, you're right.
He's fine.
He's still raging.
You don't have to
He's
hit.
still angry.
You don't have to hit. You just have to attack. I hate it. It's
Get down here! Come fight me like a man!
Steal his axe and fly higher up.
That's actually big brain.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
don't want
steal
to do
his axe
that.
so he doesn't have a weapon.
I don't. He doesn't have a weapon right now, and I'm okay with that. Could I just okay? How reasonable would it be for me to go into
No.
a short free fall and then just land on the ground, but cushion my fall with the fly? So I
You
don't
can
have
do that.
to drop.
You can do
Okay.
that. It will take your reaction though.
Okay, that's fine. I don't really have anything I
What
want
are you
to do with
doing,
that.
boys? You're scaring me.
He's gonna
I
do
don't know,
the thing.
Fly, and then just drop into melee with him.
Oh.
Rub my hands together, and then thrust.
As you drop down on the ground, you can just see him cracking his knuckles, smiling. Go for it.
Oh!
Holy shit.
That's a 3d10 spell. I love clerics.
Yes!
What?
Wait, 21.
Oh wait, 25.
No. So yeah.
Come on.
I misread. Apologies.
You have 2
And I
more
get-
of those. If you keep rolling high, you might kill him.
And I get 2 temp HP. To hit him.
No, there's
And
not.
then I'm gonna use my bonus action to use my Death Weaver.
You didn't receive any healing.
It's temp HP.
It's
Okay.
temp HP. It's 0 HP. You
I
know,
believe in you, Moors.
A 11
Oh, boy.
unfortunately will miss.
it's a lot of. I can do a lot of damage. The problem is I have to be in melee, and I don't want to be in melee with this guy.
Yeah, a lot of these you have to be able to slap people across the face for.
Yeah, except for Guiding Bolt, but then other issues.
Yeah.
It does less.
It's fine. We ignore it.
Oh boy. I believe that is my turn. I'd action, bonus action, and reaction. So you know, sitting pretty.
Oakley dokley. So he's not even gonna look at the axe, he's just gonna rip into you with his fist.
That's what I was hoping.
Rip and tear.
That's a
11
miss.
misses.
Thank God.
A blood count.
That is also a miss.
Thank God.
Wait, what happened? Holy shit! 25 damage.
You might be bringing Mama some change here.
You might be bringing me some change, is what I'm saying.
Ooh.
And
Doesn't
then
he get a
he is
friendly
going to
bonus
use his
action?
frenzied attack to try and hit you one more time. Shit, wrong button.
Ah. Oof. Oof, oof.
You're holding steady with that shield of yours.
Deflections. Oh boy, oh boy,
Come on,
oh
Moors,
boy.
come on, Moors.
But you can feel
Oh, boy.
every single one of those things has the weight of a freaking maul.
Yeah.
Come on, Moors, I believe in you.
I
Wait,
don't believe in myself.
I need to double check an ability. I
Moors,
believe it's only as if I cast a spell as an action.
Correct.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, I don't have cure wounds. Never mind. That doesn't matter. I don't have cure wounds.
Why didn't you take your wounds?
Because I'm not a healer. I have healing word.
Oh,
kill
that's
him,
right.
kill him,
Ooh.
Moors.
So yeah. Ooh, actually, this is also an action.
Is it time to inflict wounds him again?
No.
Hypothetically,
well,
I think if you could
eh.
survive one more round, you might be okay.
yeah. You know,
Do you have healing potions?
I feel no, I don't. I don't. No. Why would I have healing potions?
Fucking no.
I don't know.
Why would I have healing potions?
Shut
Cringe.
up.
Cringe.
Cringe. Shut up, Moors.
Oh, you're a doctor? Cringe.
Cringe.
Doctor.
I'm going to
Doctor.
play the small long game and then cast Bless on myself.
Oakley,
Only
Oakley?
myself.
That was one inflict wounds, Moors. Why did you do that?
Hey, as a bonus action, I'm gonna Death Weaver him.
That's
Wow.
As you
That's
reach out to give
really
him the bad
bad.
touch, he just half steps back as he's getting ready to come in like a boxer.
Do you have one more hit? I mean, do you have one more?
I have one more spell slot.
Okay, so yeah, this can
This-
still go.
This is my pseudo lock. If I crit though, he's dead.
Go on, Moors. I believe you.
Death.
He's rushing back in like a boxer with his hands up right in front of him, and he's going to
Pretty
go
sure-
reckless.
Okay. Gives me even better. Just don't hit. That
That's a
hurts.
20.
And you are
That's
going to
about
take,
20.
let's see, base unarmed strike, 6 damage.
Great. So 3. Great.
Don't
I have
worry.
1 HP.
No, you have 2. 2 goes in you.
Oh,
Yeah, you
yes.
have 2 HP.
The
guess
first
what? I
one,
can't take another one.
the first one rings true as he slams into your shield twice as hard this time. It feels like the shield only dispersed it a little bit as your arm is now sore and screaming at you.
Okay.
He has advantage, keep
Well,
in
that's
mind,
advantage.
so you gotta hope.
Yeah. Okay.
The next one you're
Okay,
ready
last
for,
time.
though, as you deflect it off to the side, hearing the
boy.
clash of metal and skin and bone. But he is undeterred as he's coming in for an uppercut with his bonus action.
That's a crit. That's a crit. Okay.
Wait,
Good
was the
games.
first one?
The first
No,
one
no,
hit, so I
it's,
didn't roll.
it
a
includes
different
the
one.
modifier. It includes the modifier.
I couldn't tell.
And Moors goes flying back a good 10 feet, landing.
Damage 2.
This would have been a good time for Morris to get a Vorpal sword.
Blast off.
Just
Concentration.
imagine his god
Right.
revives him for 1 second. Fucking bitch.
Medic comes out, starts healing him. Krogmir walks past to go get his axe and pries it out of the column. Good fight, Sonny. Especially in the end when you came down and fought.
Hey. Okay, I just want to roll this just to see. Okay.
Oh my god!
Holy fuck!
He would have.
That would have killed him.
That would have been it.
God dang it.
That
Okay.
last hit.
Hey, I had hope. I have a really high AC, and I could have probably made it. I didn't.
Ah,
Damn.
he critted.
Damn.
Man.
Okay.
That would have been fucking great.
Fucking bitch.
Erase 2 gold from.
Damn it, I was gonna use it
First-
100 on a fancy dinner.
This close. This close. I just
Morris
walked-
could feel the crit.
God damn it.
One more second.
This fucking
Now-
close.
And Shuggy.
So Shogi, you're up against House Greenwolf's leader.
Oh.
Are you ready for this? Because I
Lay down, me
technically-
sister.
I know somebody's ready for it.
This is how we make money here.
Tough loss, hon. At least it was only a little bit. It looked like he might have actually won there if he had just lasted a tiny tad longer, though, you know?
If he didn't hit the last hit, I
That's why
would
they
have
have the
fucking
dinner
won.
party.
How
So-
much would we have?
The odds on this one, your buddy's 100 to 1. Kevin's pretty tough. He's also one of the most powerful magic casters within the houses to date. So,
All right.
if your buddy wins, you're making a rather significant amount back. But also, Kevin's only got a 1.1 payout if he wins, because everybody thinks he's going to win. We all know he's probably going to win.
All right. Let's put 10 on Shogi.
10.
10.
on-
Guess you
10 on Shogi. Duly noted.
I guess
She'll
you
take the
made a
10
lot of money.
coins. So Shogi, if you win, that's 1,000 gold. If you lose,
Mhm.
well, it's
He's
expected.
gonna break her vow passively.
You could put like 100 on the other guy, so no matter what, you break even.
Yeah, I could. But, it's fine.
Come on, I believe in you, Shogi.
So Shogi, as you enter the arena, Kevin stands across from you. He looks pretty relaxed at the moment.
Oh, I don't see why.
And even though his turn would usually be first, he's gonna let you go first, Shogi.
Shogi would bow at his opponent. It is an honor to have a worthy adversary.
Kevin will do a half bow, leaning on his quarterstaff focus. Well met. May this battle be of glory.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
May the-
And
Shut
I
the
think
fuck
you
up.
need that more than I do, friend.
Shogi would go up the ladder.
I fully expect Shogi to stop.
So you're
there
dashing
after
up the
this.
ladder?
Yeah.
Because Shogi was so humble, I expect him to stomp.
Man, Moors.
As
Big
you do...
fads.
Oh wait, he's not snapped a grid.
Damn close.
As you do
Damn.
that, Kevin will dash up to the ladder and get halfway up it. It's your turn, Shogi.
Shogi would also run up here and then go down the ladder.
Okie dokie.
Run him for all he's worth.
Kevin will get the rest of the way up the ladder. He's got 15 feet of movement left, and we'll stop there and look down at you. How far are you away? Then, he's going to casually cast Druidcraft in his hand, making a small flower grow. And he'll pass his turn over, Shogi. What would you like to do?
Yes, Shogi? Oh, jeez.
Joey, were you just about to just go to the ladder you gave up on?
Why not?
No, I kind of just like want to like hide underneath the bridge.
As you move to hide under the bridge, Kevin will continue to step forth. And then he's going to drop that flower over from his right down onto the ground. And as that happens, he's going to activate Verdus Equus, his grimoire magic.
Oh!
What?
And you watch, Shogi, as that flower quickly grows into a hulking beast.
Is this that has 130 HP?
And Kevin will sit atop and say, "If you can beat it, I'll forfeit." And then we'll continue forward, like nothing happened. To sit and watch.
He's being nice at least.
I think
Shogi,
this is more cool.
you
than
go
just killing
first
him.
before the nature spirit.
It hit it, then run 30 feet.
Hey,
Is it like? Does it have any cover this way?
No, it's fully exposed to you.
Because it's huge. I gotcha.
actually only large, but it looks huge, doesn't it?
You can do it.
This man just has
Shogi
raid bosses in his pocket.
would just kind of move to poke it and
Okay.
you know the typical Shogi ball TM.
Yes.
I don't have any necrotic strikes because I believe I am out. So
Of course.
Did you use them in your last fight?
yeah, I use both.
Oh god. Oh no.
Well, you would have a spell slot back for Searing Smite.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I only have one. Out of my
Well, if it
3
lands, it
spells.
does do dot damage.
Wait. Let's say 2. Keep going. I'm just double checking stuff.
As you
Yeah.
slash at it. You're a little afraid of it, so you're kind of on your back foot, and you're just a little bit shy. So, what would you like to do?
Run.
Probably, what was that? That was like 10 feet, so I'll move another 20 back.
The mound of a monster will simply crawl over to get to you from the rock and will begin to assail you.
Oh.
Does a 20 hit?
Yes.
That is 10 bludgeoning. As the mound of a creature rips over the rock, it comes in with an arm hammering down on you. You feel it reverberate through the Naginata into your entire body, shaking you violently as it comes down like a lead weight over your head. And then it comes down again, ripping in on the other side.
God, this is sad.
I did warn you guys in advance, these fights were going to be nigh impossible.
Moore's had the highest chance.
Yeah, Moore's had the highest chance, I think, out of everybody.
Why was I even given the Vorpal sword?
Conditional activation.
Oh. Was it me being Italian simple day?
I cannot answer that question.
Damn you.
I'd probably say...
As the creature hits you with both arms, you watch as some of its tendrils grip around you. Would you like to try to escape the grapple?
Yes. And I would also like to use Anger to Strength.
Okie dokie.
Wait, that's not it. It was,
yeah, Wrathful
wait,
Riposte.
hold on, no. Yeah, because Anger to Strength is equal to my Charisma modifier. It doesn't use a Wrath.
220s. I didn't realize that.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, let me make sure about that, because it's noted on the token and not on the official page. Yeah, no.
The Azure Death Knights thing?
It's part of my my subclass.
Yeah, it's Wrathful
It's Wrathful Power. Yeah.
Yippers. The other thing you're thinking of is Strength of Rage. That's the one that scales with your charisma.
Because that's what it's not noted on my.
Okie dokie.
Because it's an advantage on athletics and such. So
go for it, Shogi. Try to pierce this beast. 16. You have escaped.
Okay. As Shogi, with 1 HP left, he kind of channels his inner power and uses Primal Savagery.
Nodders.
And I don't think that any hits.
As you rip out with Primal Savagery, alas, it's too short as the creature's tendrils keep you at bay. How's Kevin Lawley feeling right now? Is he feeling particularly generous? The spirit is going to finish this swiftly. The hammer-like arm comes crashing down on you, Shogi, knocking you unconscious. As the medic is already on the way out to come heal you to full. And the spirit will dissipate, turning back into a mere flower. Medic heal, medic heal. As you get up, Kevin is still sitting up there, gradually getting ready to get up. You did pretty well, kid.
I did better the other fight, but thank you for the kind words. And kind of bows.
Kevin will do a half bow towards you. Perhaps you can join the house once you've gotten a little bit stronger. Make it down to the second layer, then come seek out somebody at my house, if you have any interest in joining.
Here, to make a mental note and start leaving, kind of ashamed of his performance.
And with that, he got hammer-armed by a gigantic...
Did he do much?
He survived a little bit.
I think this session is cursed.
Hey, we were
I
up
rolled
against.
last
Dude,
session.
what are you guys talking about? My session was
Hey.
literally blessed.
All the misses.
I did
No.
quite well for myself. Excuse
But-
me.
Moore's
By
got
blessed,
the
I mean,
best.
I was literally given a blessing from my god in that fight.
He's blessed.
See.
Yes, completely cursed session. You're completely right.
Hey Toko, let's go to the bars.
Yeah!
Wait, no, I
Alright,
gotta,
they
I gotta
drink
meet the other
something.
kitsunes. I gotta meet the other kitsune first.
Well, I
Let's
think
do
we're
the
probably going to be ending pretty
pies.
soon, but
Yes, we will be ending in a brief moment.
all right,
Probably
I'm
say
going to
doesn't
have
matter.
I'm gonna have some closing words of Esther, if that's all good.
Yippers.
Net 7,
But first,
net 59.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Unfortunate, hun. You could have made a lot of bank out of that one.
Close it close.
Oh, well. Thank you. There.
Togi would crack open a cold one.
Hold on, boys.
Already
Or
cracked.
kinda like-
I'm not going anywhere near that. I would rather sit
Floating-
next to Elise.
Legit floating sideways,
I'd
just
rather sit
drinking a
next to
beer.
Khalees.
Jonathan is
It
surprisingly
hasn't
staying.
started yet.
Jonathan's
don't.
surprisingly staying away from the group, and he's just enamored with Esther at the moment. Just like kind of looking at his hands and looking at her over and over again.
Got a short attention span.
Shogi, it's always drinking time somewhere else in the world. So why not start now?
8.
And Shogi pounds a beer.
What the fuck? Back to Khalees' voice. Fantastic.
Kevin Lawley will drop a big old thing of beer next to you, Shogi. For the good fight.
Thank you.
Wait a sec. Oh, never mind. He left.
Maybe. Oh, you're gonna run
There-
over.
He
Wow.
went to
Fuck off then, I guess.
Maybe one day you'll be able to teach me your magic style, if you can.
He looks you over once. You wouldn't want to copy my style. I'm just an old archmage. You, on the other
Wait.
hand,
old.
you're a warrior. Use it to your advantage.
I am also a warrior with magic. A
Aye.
knight of sorts.
But my magic's different than yours.
Oh, you're an archmage, correct? Maybe.
To be more
You might-
precise, I'm a druid. But I have the title.
You know people at the Arcane District.
Aye, I'm familiar with many of them.
Maybe you can point me in the right direction of a teacher for magic that you may think I'm suitable for.
Who do you seek?
I don't know who, but maybe Shogi would kind of think about it. If you know any of the Void, perhaps.
He raises an eyebrow. I might know a few. Go to the
No.
nature district in a few days. Go into the grottos. And I want you to remember this word. Salvical.
Sir Pickle?
Salvical.
Okay.
Shogi would kind of get out some parchment out of his bag and quickly jot that down.
I'm on the wrong plane of existence.
Good.
That's fine.
Sounds
You know,
about normal.
drinking does that to you.
Ah, fuck.
Thank you
Hey.
for your introductions.
Not
I
a
will
problem.
definitely repay the favor when I can. 'Tis I am a man of my word.
Oh, there you are. Khalees, you're hurt.
Yeah, I'm still hurt.
You
All
gotta
the
heal
mental
up.
scars.
That's the mental damage, not the physical.
Ah, yes, I see. Trauma.
Some
Yeah, I
things
can't help you
only-
with that.
Some things magic can't even help with.
So, Khalees, you wanted to have a moment with Kevin Lawley?
Yeah, that sounds like the best moment to have. It's just great. I mean, like, hey,
Hello.
Who was the previous owner of your house?
My father and my mother.
What was their names?
He kind of looks at you.
Well, I'm actually pretty old.
Why do you want to know?
I'm trying to remember things. I'm trying to remember what house I was originally from, so I can just not get annihilated by finding them out randomly.
I'm 130 years old.
Oh, do I remember? Well, this would be very dangerous, but well, then that means he's doing math on the finger. You were appointed one before I lost my memories. Do I remember him?
You do have a vague recollection of somebody similar to him. You can't remember the exact name, but he does seem to match the physical memories that you have pieced together over time.
PC. Well, what about this? I definitely have a vague recollection of you. Yeah, I said that wrong on purpose. Let me tell you what my name is. Maybe you'll be able to figure that out. Because I do remember being at least a little bit popular. I mean, then I go up, I whisper my name to him.
Roll insight on him.
Yeah, my insight's been awful all day!
Bitch, you gon' die.
Have better wisdom. Hey.
Khalees, he remembers that name.
Oh,
and
do?
He's having a mixed reaction to it right now.
Do you have any more details? I'm really lost.
He's going to grab you and pull you far, far away from every and anybody.
Yeah. Like
Shogi would go back and enjoy the beer.
Or is only having like 1 or 2 beers is fairly tipsy, as he is a small person.
Hitoko is not having beer because she knows that there's further drinking.
Further drinking? What?
So, Khalees, as you're over here with Kevin.
Let me do something real quick. I'm gonna look around to see if there's someone hiding in the shadows.
Go for it.
You know, Floyd, always there. He's always somewhere. I need to actually click on Khalees to use his abilities.
You mean
Who would have guessed?
Frode?
Frode.
For the...
Yeah, I say Floyd. Frode.
And
Looks around. You can't escape my eyes.
So firstly, he's going to insight check you to see if you are lying to him, because that name has some relevance.
First, insight check me. You want?
So, are you lying? Yes or no, Khalees?
No. I'm like, well, if you want proof, he fucking moves back his hood to reveal his ears, though holes in them, but they're still there. I mean,
You don't appear to be lying, so I'll assume that there's no reason to distrust you at the moment, but I'm going to tell you this. You died almost a century ago. Do you remember the circumstances under which you died?
I was on a mission, I think, and it was a little weird, suspicious, and then I think I walked into a room and got really fucked up. Well, more accurately, it's currently what he moves his thing, showing on his stutter there's a slash going all the way to his face. I mean, but you can't really see his face. Yeah, and then I remember then that's about it. I don't remember who was with me, what happened before that. I remember I used a bow.
You were on a deep mission. It was hailed back in the day. And your entire raid group was wiped out after passing the 50th floor.
Oh.
Nobody came back, and nobody knows what happened. Because you were one of the few groups able to get down there, and it can take months for another raid group to get that deep.
Oh.
There were no bodies, no bones, no items, nothing. It was as though you'd all vanished.
I don't know about that part, because all I remember is someone slashing me. And there's a lot of blackness.
Nobody survived as best we are aware. Do you
Well, cool.
realize the implications of the fact that you're standing here?
No, because I have lost most of my memories.
You had 200 people raiding with you.
Oh. They got really destroyed then. Because I can't even remember a single one of them.
All we know is that you got to floor 50, and that was it. Nothing more. We heard nothing of the mission until we heard you were wiped out, or at least assumed.
Well, you would be correct that we were wiped out because I'm the only thing left. Well, technically, I'm the sole survivor. But I don't remember.
What happened after you left Last Light, the 50th floor and the final safe area that we're aware of, even to date?
This is going to be my, what do I roll for that? See if I can get a flashback.
Roll a intelligence check.
That's what I thought. Yes, same energy.
Nothing. You got blank.
Doobie-doo.
I don't even remember what that floor looks like. That.
What the floor?
If you want to, I wouldn't recommend doing it here because it would be pretty bad. But if you would want to see what what happened to my full body, I don't mind showing somebody who met me in the past.
Kevin's gonna try and help jot your memory by describing Last Light, which is the 50th floor, so get your notes open, players, because I don't want to have to do this like 8 times.
Cracks, knuckles.
1 second.
God.
Khalees-related notes.
I'll just do the notes on my character and then just write them in my doc later.
Yeah.
Kevin Lawley will begin describing.
50.
Last Light is the 50th floor. It is a dim cavern lit by floating lights that seem to float about on their own with their own will and wiles. It is the last known safe area in the dungeon to date and is rarely if ever populated, and only structures built of stone from magic stand watch unless there is a raid group passing through. While the structures are partially furnished with stone tables, chairs, beds, and the like, it's all simple stone slabs, nothing's particularly comfy, and there's no real major amenities there. There are also facilities to care for weapons that can be established and reactivated or re-upped as needed there, but they are entirely unstocked, so you have to bring a stock of things to repair with you. There are also some supply points for various houses that can go that deep, but they are usually hidden away and very well locked, because none of the houses trust each other, and there's no way to prove anything has happened down there, because usually only one group will be there at a time. The living quarters are free to use, however, by anyone who has made it this deep, but with the small, steady supply of drinkable water kept clean in an enchanted basin available to all, it is able to support around 100 people in a given day at the absolute most. Though, there is likely twice that amount's worth of water kept in the basin if you can get enough food down there. Some general knowledge of the area: it is safe, but unless raid parties are heading into the depths, it's basically abandoned. There's a good amount of water, plentiful living space, and it is lit by these small dancing lights that some hypothesize or claim are the souls of many of the dead adventurers gathering at the deepest known points of the dungeon, still seeking the glory, mystery, and fame held just beyond the floor. The accommodations are known to fucking suck. They are horrible, uncomfortable, and generally all-around shit. But with the large amounts of company that many raid groups bring down to there, The merriment of the area is considered enjoyable by many who are frequent raiders with their housemates, despite the shit living conditions.
Does that spark the big brain juice?
Roll again with advantage.
It's 2 1s.
It's just gonna be fucking negative. Didn't check.
That's a
Hey,
20.
Don't even know I need it. Don't even need it, baby.
You know, I'm half tempted to cut the session here so that I can really just to leave the fucking cliffhanger so people have to watch next week.
You know what? I actually
Man.
have to go. So
Yeah, then this is
it
a
would
perfect
be
time
good.
to cut
I
it.
don't have to go.
Yep.
No, I wanted to have the no.
Nope. All
You
right.
can tell us after the session and then retell us next week.
Man.
But you see, it's more fun to leave the cliffhanger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man.
Gotta make sure the players come back too.
Exactly.
Yeah, damn it.
Oh,
Well,
Alright,
thanks
thank you for
everyone
the
watching.
session.
I wanted no my waifu talking. No, I'm kidding.
Your waifu that you almost cheated on.
I'm not monogamous waifu.
Damn.
Well, with that, I
Does
think I'll be
she know
ending
it's
the stream.
monogamous?
Thank you everybody
Yeah,
who
she
watched
didn't
for
know.
watching.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.